And I'm out in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Why?
That's the reason why.
higher frame rate options available, download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new Firearm Combat Power System, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder room cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell Glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall Split, as we're inching closer and closer to see who will be the champions of the region to represent in the global tournaments to come. My name's Contra, and alongside with me is Cuckoo TV. Man, how are you feeling today?
Well, it's been a while, Contra. That the last time we casted, I think last year. So it's been really exciting. We've waited for 2 weeks in order for us to be here, and I'm totally excited who will be the #1 team who will get that only one ticket to PMGC. And we know for a fact a lot of YG fans out there wants YG to be in. But before we start, again, in a world where speed, power, and style define the winners, one smartphone stands above the rest. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. As the official phone for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League, it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth, competitive gameplay, and also has a 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144 Hz refresh rate. Pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. Also, a 6,000 milliampere battery, a 70-watt ultra charge, and a 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone. This is the future in your hands, the POVA 7 series.
Yeah, and of course, you get your hands on it, whether if you guys order it online or visit the nearest techno store, because they absolutely provide you with the greatest gear for you to dominate your chicken dinners. Now, that being said, though, we're looking at all these teams who've been working for weeks, and now hopefully they will have a super smooth ride. Meanwhile, if you guys have not locked in for a long time and you wonder that, hey, is it going to take a lot longer for us to get an update when they patch in? Tell you what, it's going to be super smooth with the 4.0 version, and with you updating to this latest edition, you get lower frame rates and lesser lags, and of course, overall, lesser overheating or even longer battery life. So make sure you guys update to the 4.0 version.
Oh, also, we do have the brand new mode, the Unfail. It's coming September 26th. Actually, it already came in. New thrilling pursuit and escape game mode. 1 predator versus 4 survivors. So stay tuned, guys.
Absolutely. It's been a whole lot of fun. I mean, Unfail is definitely a great mode for you guys to check out alongside with your friends and have a great time, which is coming in, well, it's actually here already. Same goes to the PUBG Mobile and G-Dragon collaboration. I mean, we've seen a lot of all these great gears, and everybody really want to get their hands on the Ubermensch gears. So make sure you guys be part of the equation as well. It's already been available for a couple of weeks now, so grab it while it lasts.
Yeah, it's also available on PC and console. Also, the Lotus experience, it has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style, join an in-game motor cruise event, and claim the iconic Lotus cars, the Emira and EMEA. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await, available only for a limited time. And you know what, Contra, I actually already tried riding this in-game, and it's a very amazing car.
That's right. I mean, it looks super stunning out there, and you know, it's about time that these teams really unleash what they've got as well. Other than, you know, all these sick gear, I mean, this is overall a grand celebration of these teams for their effort throughout months of preparation. Now it boils down to this final 3 days to secure the championship title. I mean, we've seen Yangon Galacticos dominate back in the EWC, and their journey started here. Can they once again defend their title? And of course, the world is watching, and I heard that there's also a watch party going on. Am I right?
Oh yeah, here in the Philippines, right at Ortigas City, there's a restaurant called the Sashanado Filipino Bistro Restaurant, and there's a lot of KOLs, streamers, and also hosts and even casters who is in there. So go ahead and support your for the Filipino side, your own Filipino team. But again, before we head on to the grand finals, again, this is the schedule that we had to go through. Again, we've gone through the first stage or the first week of the group stage, and also the second week, and now we're here in the grand finals.
That's right, only 3 days of play. So far, these teams have been able to stack up some head start points as well for them to have a little bit of a leeway, but then again, that could all change in a span of a match or two. As we go through the tournament format once more, we've already bypassed the group stages where we had 20 over teams who playing in 4 separate groups, and of course they played 16 matches in total, and they had to go through the super weekends and of course play through with the Smash rules intact. The Smash rules will still be implemented on the very final day. So that being said, Day 3 is where it can go all the way up to 8 matches.
And speaking of the Smash rule, again, the Smash rule is now updated to where the match point will be plus, instead of plus 10, it'll be now plus 20, which again we did saw from last time that someone did smashed the rule. And again, here in the grand finals, this may also happen in the final day, which is on October 5th. But for the meantime, again, here are the prize distribution. These teams already had fought for the league stage prize pool, but here in the finals, the top number one team will get $5,000, and it goes down to 3,000, 1,500, 1,000, up to until the lowest, which is 250 USD. So no one will actually leave home without any money.
That's right. Everybody's a winner right here by qualifying into the grand finals, but they definitely want to walk away with the largest chunk possible. But it's not only all about the money overall, because if they do secure the slot into the PMGC, there's a whole lot more on the line. And these are your top 16 teams that will be involved throughout the span of this weekend. Starting off, we've got Burmese Ghosts as well as Yangon Galacticos, the hot favorites coming from Myanmar to be looking to lead their way. Meanwhile, INXV so far have shown us great strides throughout the tournament circuit, and even Team Max will be looking to trill up ahead. There's going to be a whole lot catching up to do, where we got MSI, Asja, NX, CTS, Hyra, GG, GOA, IQ, KHI, TTQ, WIOF, as well as NGGZ to be part of the mix. So we'll have to see who will be able to top the leaderboards by the end of today.
Yeah, we will see definitely Contra, but again, the finals is still in favor of YG because they're coming off from that championship run in PMWC. But before we even talk about that, again, here are today's matches for day number one here in the grand finals. We start off with Rondo, and then we go through 3 Erangel matches, and then finally we have the 2 last matches in Miramar. But again, a big shout out as well to those who did try to qualify, but unfortunately they did not. Again, to Khmer or K1J, to SB Divicious, to Arteus Esports, and also to Atlas Misfits. Unfortunately, they weren't able to qualify, but hopefully they can in the next tournaments to come.
Yep, I mean, overall, all these tournament swirlings have always seen victors as well as those who may not have succeeded, but overall, it's been an incredible run for those that may have been able to make it into the top 16, and it's still going to be a lot of hard work for the rest of the field to also look for another qualification in the upcoming season. It's going to be a long off season, so there's plenty of time to prep. Meanwhile, for those who are vying for a spot in the PMGC, their journey starts here, and we shall see as we kickstart in Rondo in a moment. We got about 5 minutes before you hit right in.
Yeah, we got a lot of minutes to wait on for the first match. Again, let's talk about Rondo here now, Contra. Remember when we had the Rondo Cup where Yangon Galacticos actually got the championship? So if we get the chance to make a prediction, I would go for Yangon Galacticos to win in match number 1.
Well, that's a really bold call, but I'm really liking, your perspective as well. I mean, overall, they've been that really steady team to be able to really pull up some of all these huge farming numbers. Rondo allows them to do just that. So they could basically opt to go picking off teams in the early span of the match and go for that recall tower to keep the ball rolling. So I'm hoping that we will see some challenges. I mean, overall, Burmese Ghosts are looking sharp as ever to be really keeping up to the pace, as these two teams are the ones showing us that they are currently starting off with very similar head start points. So I definitely want to see who will be the one to be able to take it all the way home.
Oh, yeah. Well, speaking of Myanmar teams, there's also another team who's very good in Rondo, Contra. This is Nexus Vanguard, is what I'm talking about. Nexus Vanguard, they did only manage to get a few of those head start points. If you talk about Nexus Vanguard, they get like only 10 points. But in Rondo, they actually played well during the league stage. So if you're going to talk about who might win in Rondo, another team is going to be coming from Myanmar, which is, again, Nexus Vanguard. But again, we cannot get only the Myanmar teams to win in Rondo. Again, there's a lot of threat also for those other countries, kind of like for Cambodia. We also do have still Austria Esports, who is still a team that a team to beat here in PMCL.
True enough, and we're gonna be diving into our game shortly, so we'll be waiting for the match to start. So don't go anywhere. We'll just hit right in once the timer's up.
Let the battles begin as we now fly in to the first match here in the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Fall of 2025. Here in Rondo, we might see two flight paths, but let's see. The we're gonna see that two flight paths. There you go. It's gonna be a cross section from Rin Jiang up to until to Kunsia, and then the other one coming from Kunsia right down below of Tu Ling. So again, these are some of the features available here in Rondo. It's kind of like, changing the meta here also in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, overall, it's been wonderful to actually see teams actually get adjusted, and with certain trajectories disallowing them into getting into a certain cornered map, this kind of creates ample space for these teams to really play from the edges. And we often see a lot of all these teams do so for them to try to hunt out all these early pickoffs, and they can always look for those recall points, as you can see on those green dots on that minimap. And I think the ones very likely to really get in the mixture in the early span round might just actually be IQ versus GOA, who's around that Rinjiang Hongshan section.
Oh, and actually, two teams going at it together here, which is Infamous Saviera and Yangon Galacticos, the defending champs of PMCL. One is actually far away at a recall tower. So this means that, whenever something fails right at Danqing for YG, someone will go for that revive or recall right away. But again, hot drop session early in this matchup here. Lion already got his S12K. But for now, it's all about, looting the early loots. Ooh, but on the kill feed, though, there's someone who got dropped. That's coming from Hybrid XRA Esports. That's Capo, who got the first blood now is Jappy.
Yeah, very smooth sailing so far, but Infamous Area tries to hold down the line. Murnat already striking very close to the distance as he tries to make a swerve for it. Murnat catches him on the dot. My. So far, looking very solid and clean from the rest of the YG boys as they look to close in. Master Ichi now pushing through. Well, actually, that's Master Smile. Kind of mistaken it for a little bit. I mean, overall, they've been playing together back in the days of Genesis Esports, while St. Cloud will also bring out the UMP to play, pinning them down, and only one member is left. And say he's got to find a little bit of wiggle room, but he's running out of that area. And now, Infamous Saviera, they should still have that two member to work things out for them to go in for the recall.
Oh yeah, definitely. The other one actually landed on a recall tower, so more than likely, it's gonna be Claude who will be the ones to go for the recall, the IGL of Infamous Saviera. They will definitely use up that second life, so for now they will have to play it safe. For the meantime, Master Ichi, the one you called out earlier on, got eliminated early and also unknown. And this is Guardians of Angels going up against Burmese Goals, but on a replay, that is where you saw that first blood from Jappy of KHI Esports. But then again, the battle continues here for GOA and Burmese Goals. Kille Jr. gets another one for the gang, and now they will be able to secure their location. And for Burmese Goals, they will have to go for the recall.
Yeah, I think overall it is a decent start for YG. Not so much for the side of Burmese Goals though, but they can absolutely afford to go in trading, and they can basically repeat it, rinse it one more time. But the problem about going for those recall is that once you hop off the pressure, you don't have those weaponries again. You have to restart with looting up whatever necessary. And GGZ now going on a push while Master D2K! Oh, phenomenal finish on the shots, but it's going to be traded right back as MM have been able to arrive to the scene. Not too shabby after all. I mean, at GGZ, they could always look for another tower nearby to bring them back to life. Amin's guarding this portion of the tower though, so Claire, he's got to clear up some space before considering bringing a couple of players back later on.
And on the kill feed again, ooh, it's got to be Migs now, able to drop Ryujin with that headshot. M249 action early on in this matchup. And for Min of Hybrid XRA Esports, he would have to be very quiet now because, if I'm not mistaken, they're left with only two. So Min is actually waiting for that recall tower just right in front of him, but Claire is actually gatekeeping him from using that recall. So for now, KHI got this big city for now, and they will just have to, clear the area in order for them to make sure that there's no one else available here for Hybrid XRA.
Yeah, it's a little tough for the moment. KHI locking onto the area, ensuring that they won't be able to leave. Meanwhile, Hyra is going to bring a couple of players back. Range finding a little bit of a catch, though, as we're seeing action all around the board as another one places this in the form of NX for the moment. GG is in an uncomfortable spot. They really have to get to the recall point, but it really feels like it's a little tough to do. Once again, inside Muhopan, KHI is locking out this member of Hyra. Perhaps there's going to be a little bit of a backup arriving to the scene, but for the moment, I don't really see more of these members of Hyra being around the area.
I think there's still available, like one available member who's actually going for recall. There we go. And Devon will be able to eliminate them right away with the drive-by. Not so sure on my side, though. Cons, it actually lagged on my end.
Yeah, it got stuck for a moment. Devon, somehow, he's still trying to pull up some stops, but he's running straight to the hands of Hash. I believe this is the end for GG in this very first round, but it's just going to be 3 points acquired. Not too shabby of a start for the side of GG, as they had that 7 points of a head start, so that will add 10 to the tally for the moment. Meanwhile, we saw the member of Hyra, Amin, being stranded inside the city for the longest of time, and there's no backup arriving since they have been dealing with those other players over onto the other corner. So KHI will give chase, and that chase won't last for long.
Yeah, that will be it for Min. So this means that you will be able to get a recall, more than likely. But they lose already one member, so for Hyra, they will just be left with 3 players for now. But for the meantime, Max Trezzy, all up against 2 players of YG. Nade coming from Mernat. Then again, he actually dodged that. Ooh, Romeo is actually on a flank there, but they actually got spotted by you of Team Max, so he goes down. And YG looks like they're in trouble here in the early stages of Rondo.
Yeah, it seems like the flanker got outflanked instead. Look at that wide spread coming in from the side of Team Max. I think they are wonderfully controlling the entire sector of the area. Meanwhile, we're also looking at an ambush being set by the side of WIOF, hoping to flush out the rest of the other players out of MG. But it doesn't seem like they will be able to find that catch up against the members of MSI. So they will be able to at least walk away with another point being stashed up. So just trying to squeeze those bullets out of the chamber. Yolos won't be able to find it, though. Back towards the side of YG versus Team Max. Mernat now dealing with it all alone as he spots one over on the course of the window, but the nades are now being primed right in. Itrox now on the push. With a little bit of backing coming from you, he's been able to really dodge that efficiently. Meanwhile, more pressure from the outskirts. He needs to stay indoors.
And while this is happening, battle continues. Doss able to drop Lion on the kill feed right on the lower right-hand side, but that nade dropped Mernat. Oh, but then here comes the bullets from the other players from Nexus Vanguard, a third party coming in. Now St. Cloud will have to rescue Mernat. Looks like they're going to both go for the rescue, but here comes the other half of Team Max. Trezzy and Kornai is on the back line now, setting up the smokes. Now throwing up some nades as well. Explosions happening, but then there's going to be a numbers advantage here for Team Max as they push in. Eliminate St. Cloud and Mernat. For YG, though, looks like they're still left alive here with 2 players still remaining, and they will go for the recall.
Yeah, and they were just waiting by the recall tower all along. Master Smile has been able to bring them back to life. Meanwhile, Clay Jitter, not so fortunate as he gets caught out by Demias hiding inside the shack. But here comes the arrival of the rest of Joey. This is the beauty of playing in Rondo. You just get action nonstop in the early game. And we're absolutely in for it. CTS holding down the line, just hunting by the broken walls. Ella looking for an alternative, but he just looked the other way around, allowing Demios to go in for the punishment. And Cool is going to be able to support fire from the long range. Ooh, here goes the nades as that will connect. Now ultimately down to Nyapikel right in the forefront. And I believe that final member of Joey has got no business being here, so he's going to be looking for a different tower altogether.
Wow, that was a beautiful there by WOM with that S12K through the windows of that Pico bus. So for now, for CTS, they survive. And for now, for GOA, Rex, I believe so, will maybe try to find a recall tower. Maybe we'll try to dive in the blue zone in order for them to, try to survive all the way through stage number through onwards. But for now, Winning a Future minus now goes for the spray. And the Winning Future, these are one of the rookie teams here in PMCL Contra, and they're kind of like Team Hyra, another rookie team from the Philippines, and they do play well, and then sometimes they don't play well, so they have to be consistent in order for them to be at least in that contention for that #1 spot.
I mean, it's a lot of learning curve for them to handle throughout the span of one season. But take a look at this. I mean, for them to make it to the finals, they've definitely done a lot of things right in order to get here throughout the span of 2 weeks, where some did not really find that level of success. I mean, this being their rookie season, I would say they've been able to really show up. But, of course, they need this to be the proving grounds. Any team, even at the bottom rung of the ladder right now, to secure the chicken dinner, will see them have a very strong fighting chance. Meanwhile, Zone's going to be closing in into the central area of Yulin, and hence why we're looking at all these teams battling for this space up towards the hillside. But the thing about this hill is that if you don't have a glider, you can only climb up with a buggy, but it will definitely take a while. I've seen certain teams going with a sort of truck to also climb up, but it is definitely not the easiest of tasks. Meanwhile, the rest of IQ pushing right through, and that eliminates 2 members out of CTS in the blink of an eye. Beautifully executed, as IQ now adds 2 more points to the tally. It really felt like everybody got involved in the action except for one team so far. IMXV, they haven't got all those points yet, and also same goes to Aja Esports.
Oh yeah, and for now, Winning a Future at Yulin. Looks like they're trying to get closer to that recall tower. And now for Minus, he will have to defend against 4 players of Team Max. So this is kind of hard for Minus to battle against. And there's also like a possible third party from Team Hyra, which is Min, who's just hiding in one of these houses in Yulin. This is actually a really interesting circle, Contra, because there's actually a recall tower right within the middle of this circle. So it's either you use the recall tower inside the circle, or you just go inside the blue zone and deal with the damage per second of that blue. So a very interesting circle so far.
Yeah, I really do love the circumstances that these teams are being put under. I mean, as much as there's a recall tower, you'll expect all these teams to be eyeing out that corner of the tower all the time. So it isn't exactly all too safe for them to really get those kind of recalls in the midst of all these potential skirmish, as we're looking at a lot of back and forth coming from WIOF as well as NX. We'll be able to actually find too much to get done. I mean, so long as you're within those walls, you're gonna be a-okay. So WIOF, they will just hold firm towards this location. Not so fortunate for Demios. He's looking for the turret, but it is Yapikel that secures it. But somehow he got denied by the blue zone as well. So that definitely is a lot of pressure for those who are on the outskirts. So Goa gotta go in for some quick pickups.
Looks like they're looking for the last guy of CTS, but Demios already. Ooh, look at this! Winning a Future now crashes in. Superboy goes down. And here comes Yolos and Minus going in for the kill. Damage has been dealt already with that frag grenade, but Joji will try to survive, but then it's just way too much of that Winning a Future as they eliminate Nexus Vanguard.
Yeah, such a decisive push coming from WIOF. The moment that we saw those 2 members were planted inside of the city, they were actually plotting all along to call in for that backup. Meanwhile, CTS, they brought their members back alive, and now they are able to just zone out those members of GOA. And Clay Jr. has got no reprieve, no members to salvage this situation. While CTS, they're still on the outskirts, though, so this is still unclear for them to actually bypass. Though the zone is actually not too far away, they just have to really reach out for it. One member of Goa on the outskirts, Clay Jr., eventually will be bleeding out, but CTS, they're looking for the push.
Yeah, they're looking for the push, and probably a revenge, because if you remember, CTS got wiped out earlier on by GOA, and oh, look at that spray from Ye Pacquiao. GS9, but eventually still for CTS, they did manage to get 6 eliminations here in the first match of Rondo for YG, though. Looks like Smile will go for that recovery. And again, Team Max is coming in. Trezzy now circles around with that Coop RP. But then he will try to go back to his teammates. Not much of any information that he got from there.
Yeah, I think that he definitely understands that it is a little too hard to be executing all alone. Speaking of execution, though, Joey needs a clean one. The rest of IQ now sweeping right across the corner. And speaking of clean, got Pico again. Oh, my word. Somehow, he still has to draw an exchange, but not for too long. IQ have been able to zone them out completely. And all that's left to do for the rest of IQ is to journey their way into the center of the zone. They got a lot of space in order to do so, while TQ has got Bunny getting a little bit of a catch. And GGZ, however, on the outskirts, cover being called from the side of KHI for them to play over on the open terrains, and they're doing it so efficiently.
Yeah, and it looks like they're much more efficient compared to last week, where they really had struggled in Rondo. And it's all because they always go for the hot drop together with NGGZ, but now here comes NGGZ with that bomb onto Migs, and Migs goes down. And he's actually all alone at that location. They cannot really go for the help out.
Yeah, it's a little sparse for the rest of KHI to really draw into close. Meanwhile, more bodies hit the floor as we have Liliaka being caught in the mix in between. Astra Esports on the top side of the hill, and TTQ have been spraying upon that smoke for a long time. So BG is now left with only one member, and it seems like the top teams are showing some struggle in the early span of this match here in Rondo. Whereas over on the midfield, you look at CTS, that's like 6 points, despite them bowing out early.
And for NGGZ, they now close into Blanks. Blanks will unfortunately not get a rescue here from his teammates, as they're actually all stuck right at the edge of the blue zone right now. Claire's, I think he's down as well. And it's only up to Jappy, who is all alone for KHI. And look at that, Jarrett already confirmed Claire. So it's only going to be just Jappy who will try to survive this for KHI Esports. Blanks, fortunately, he's not getting hit with those frag grenades, but again, more than likely, you will just die there. Circle will also come into a close, and looks like it actually went to MSI.
Yeah, so far they're holding it pretty well. We'll see whether if these teams will be able to put just about enough pressure. I mean, they've been able to cover themselves through the spine of the hills. And Jappy, so far, have found a little bit of that space, but that's not all too safe. He's using his vehicle for cover for temporary measures. And while the rest of Aja Esports are also trailing very closely, they've made that arrival from the southwestern corner of the map. And any further they go, they'll be met with the rest of infamous Xaviera. For now, we'll see an equal distribution across the map, while NGGZ is also getting pinned down. And you can just tell how difficult it is to play through some of these terrains, being over onto the open grounds, and all these teams are looking to make their way across. We'll see whether if TTQ can journey their way safely in.
And this is the beauty of Rondo. You can definitely change the terrain as well. As, Burmese goals now. Masarichi will have to defend. He's all alone in the smoke at TTQ. Able to defeat Burmese goals right at mid. But then here comes the third party from behind now. NGGZ. While this is happening, Master Hanga, the kill feed goes down. But here comes the frag grenade. And with the horse also. Look at that. Looks like he's going to try to hold on for a while. And wait for his other teammates on the back line to try to get closer as well. And while this is happening, also, teams are also fighting. YG and Team Hyra also fighting, also with the Ostra as well, all at the same time. NGGZ now tries to cook up the nade. They need information. Oh, but look at Bunny. Bunny exploded in the car. What happened to Bunny?
Man, there's just so much pressure upon those members of TTQ. They're just trying to play by the spawn and kill, and there's barely enough cover. Only a couple of trees as well as their vehicles as barricade for the moment, while NGGZ is just plowing those numbers up. While the rest of Team Max are also looking to secure a couple of points from the other corner. 2 members of IQ down. Meanwhile, Mitchie finally gets the catch. Only down to Gus. How long can he hold on? NGGZ have to draw in a couple of smokes just to cover the ground for the moment. But once it subsides, it will also be very dangerous for them to play this one out.
Ooh, but looks like Jarrell will get those bullets from, and actually a third-party team, Infamous Xaviera, from a far distance, up on the hill. They're able to find the players of NGGZ, so they now going for the defensive side as Team Max, Kornai, comes in. Oh, but no! Why is he on the passenger? He's trying to spray down using that car meta spray, but then again, here comes Strezzy, who goes for the cleanup. Good thing he was there, as now Team Max able to survive, now set up the smoke, but again, here comes the frag grenade from Ostja, as Fern G now throws in one. I think it's just a smoke or probably a frag grenade, but looks like they're gonna bail out at this moment. They're gonna just focus on the circle right now, and more than likely will go for the recovery on Ostja top.
Yeah, so far so good for the side of Team Max. They've been playing so aggressively, and now they form a little bit of that bunker by the edges. But take a look at Asa Esports. They now get the advantage of the zone with a 3-1 split formation. Big nades coming across. YG currently in trouble as they try to fight their way across Yulin. But this has been the gridlock, and it doesn't seem like they can get out of it. That nade connected beautifully coming from the side of Capo, and it might just allow room for a push. But SayCloud says otherwise. He suppresses Min as the blue zone is drawing too close. They do have a couple of vehicles, but that Molotov is making it harder for them to actually execute.
Oh yeah, definitely. It will just limit the area where they can actually run or walk. But for now, Capo just trying to gatekeep Yangon Galacticos from getting in Yulin. They're both actually outside the circle right now. A nade coming in from Smile as he eliminates Capo. And Team Hyra goes out with 3 eliminations. Here comes another frag grenade from TTQ. But this is going to be a 1v1 situation. Miracle with down to very low HP. Michi now comes in. He eliminates one. He tries to go for the finish. Successfully, NGGZ secures this portion of this circle as they eliminate TTQ.
You know what I call this? The watch party buff. I mean, overall, all the PH teams are doing so well. NGGZ have already secured themselves 9 points in this round. Meanwhile, we go back towards the side of Asia Esports, trying to close in upon those members of Team Max. A couple of the Netflix being thrown right in, and Asia Esports, they're further suppressing all these areas, but you goes in for the push. Not quite enough to handle that X, however. After X down below, we'll see which one will be the bigger of the X's. And Asia Esports have been able to trample the rest of teams.
And Team Max, unfortunately, I thought they had that chance against Ostja. But Ostja still manages to defeat them. But for now, YG, this is the bigger question now for YG. How will they push Team Winning a Future up on the hills of Yulin? As they're now ready for those frag grenades. But again, Winning a Future not able to connect with those frag grenades. Oh, almost there for Murnat. Just down to half HP left for him. YG, though, still has 3 players left remaining. Looks like Winning a Future is now setting up those emergency flares also to provide them additional cover.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's actually been called in for inside YG, because they understand that there's just no space for them to play this one out unless they can find a little bit more cover for them to hide out. But they need to draw out all these resources coming in from WIOF. And he's now sitting right in. Not finding anything, though. Sin, so far, have been on the watch. Meanwhile, NGGZ is also rocking around this corner, so it isn't going to look all too easy for Yangon Galacticos. But so far, 5 points acquired. Still in the running, as there's only 7 teams remaining in this skirmish. Asia Esports on the far end, and so far has dictated the entire course of the zone. Meanwhile, great swing with the vehicle coming from Murnat to create that space, and now YG might have actually secured themselves a decent run into the zone, while Infamous Xaviera is looking to challenge the rest of NGGZ.
And for Infamous Xaviera, they're left with only 2. It's going to be Say or I Say. And Claude. Oh, Claude, though, will eat a nade from MM. NGGZ is a different NGGZ now here in the finals. Probably what you said, that watch party buff is what they have right now. 10 eliminations here so far for NGGZ, as MM will most likely go for the heal up. By the way, the circle also goes to wherever they are right now, together with the Team Infamous Xaviera. And for ISA, we'll just have to survive for now. But again, the continuation of the battle between Winning a Future and YG. Looks like YG is able to find ways on how to get into the circle.
Yeah, but when the rest of WIOS steps out, this is going to be even harder for them to really find that space up against Yangon Galacticos, who's been waiting in the wings to try to really turn the tides around. Plenty of all the other players are over onto the outskirts of the city of Yulin. And GGZ going for a widespread. Michi as well as MN will have to play as individuals for now. Once the zone subsides, it's going to cause a lot of chaos around that vicinity. Meanwhile, Big Nate's falling right through. Yangon Galacticos on the desperate attempt to push through. They find 2 knocks. Sigpal already down on the ground. Burnett did manage to cut right through. Almost getting a couple of shots connected towards his back. Speaking of connecting shots, it's going to be Nang X that's been watching all along.
Oh!
And the nade is beautiful. Now it's only down to Burnett to salvage the situation.
Only down to only one. Murnat, he's kind of sandwiched in between 2 teams. Murnat tries to go for the spray down, but it's going to be 7 support who will go for the elimination on the kill feed for now, Winning a Future. It's, I think, down to only 1 player left. And for Nang X, he's going to try to go for the third party. Murnat goes for the spray. And Lucky actually finds Murnat, but he's unable to go for the connection of those bullets. But, oh, Murnat gets the final kill there. On to Winning a Future. YG still manages to survive here in the last moments of match number 1. And for Murnat, all he needs to do now is to go for third parties while the other teams are battling.
He's just a mechanical beast. I mean, overall, you saw that 180 flick. He was looking to suppress those players coming in from Asia Esports. And the moment that he saw one player of WIOF tries to trade back, he was on open grounds, and he just took no chances to really put him to sleep. Now into the top 4, we've got Asia Esports, YG, as well as NGGZ. MSI has already crashed out. Emergency cover is now being called in from the side of NGGZ. Fern looking around, but Burnett so far have shown us incredible 1-versus-1 skirmishes. So I would say that the odds, as much as it looks very much like it's in Asia's favor, we'll have to see whether YG or NGGZ can overcome those numbers.
And I think Murnat can do it still, knowing that he was the Terminator for week number 2. So let's see. Ooh, look at that nade though from Nang X. Nang X has that information, and Murnat still manages to avoid that frag grenade from Austria Esports. So he is able to heal up with a first aid. Still managed to crawl down towards the circle. And Austria will also have to think about NGGZ's plans on what they can do here in the final moments of this matchup.
NGGZ has been nothing but impressive throughout this whole first match. I mean, they've been so proactive from the get-go. And looking at them now securing a top 3 run. By the end of the match, I think they might be the ones to be able to secure maximum points for the amount of eliminations that they've been able to acquire. Meanwhile, Asia Esports, if they can close this one out, they would still be able to top the table. We'll have to see about that. Since Murnat can absolutely put a dent, but I won't think that is going to be for far too long. Being spotted out by members of Asia Esports, and that's a perfect 10 so far from Asia.
And Austria, 10 eliminations here so far. Same goes with NGGZ. And right now, it's a numbers advantage here between Austria and NGGZ. 3v2 situation here. They also have the high ground advantage. NGGZ right now doesn't have much of those covers and doesn't have those utilities as well here in the final moments. And Fern G, he's now able to show up a stun gun as well. And if you remember what the stun gun can do, again, Romeo got a taste in week number 1, but again, that is it. Austria Esports finally able to secure 1 here in the grand finals as they got the first winner chicken dinner here in the finals in PMCL Fall.
Yeah, this is just big news for the Cambodians as they start off strong. And you know, initially when we're questioning where is Asia Esports' involvement in those early span of the duels, they don't want to be part of that shenanigan. They were just fixated on getting that priority in the zone, and you saw how well they basically controlled the entire course of the area, being unchallenged for most part, and they absolutely stole it all by the tail end of it. With a total of 12 points accrued from eliminations, this is a hefty 22 points finish for the Cambodian side.
Yeah, for the Cambodians, Austria Esports, if you remember way back last year, when they had Red Bull, when they had GUI, they were very dominant, but now they don't have those players anymore because they already went to PMSL, Southeast Asia. So now it's going to be just up to Nangx and the rest of Austria Esports, and looks like they're able to do the job well here in the first match of the day. But again, it's just the first match of the day. There's still a lot of matches left to go for day number 1. There's 3 Erangels left and 2 Miramar maps left here for Austria Esports. So let's see what will be their performance in the upcoming matchups. But again, the stats here for Austria Esports, Nangx able to get 8 eliminations in this match, with 2 coming from FernG, 7 support getting 2 in top. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any eliminations. So again, a very dominant performance, most especially to Nangx.
Yeah, he certainly will be the MVP of the match. I mean, it's astounding, right, that one individual can cause so much havoc in the span of that just one round. And, you know, the rest of the teammates have been able to also offer just about enough damage, but his finishing moves have been absolutely clean. Nangx so far showing off that he can do so much work throughout the span of Rondo.
Well, for now, Contra, again, amazing plays. For now, let's go watch the highlights here for match number 1.
Sure.
And again, Austria Esports getting the winner chicken dinner for match number 1. And look at now the scores here as we start off the finals. 22 points already in for Austria Esports. And for NGGZ, another good performance here for NGGZ. I believe in the last day of the group stage, they did manage to get a good performance. So it looks like the momentum is still with NGGZ here. But for the rest, again, here are the next page of the match rankings. Burmese goals, very surprising. They only got 1 point here, Contra, in the first match.
I think like they were trying to pull off some of all these early highs, but got themselves pretty much caught in between 2 teams, hence why they only walk away with 1. And it was pretty tough for them to also go in for the recall as well. So it's a little bit of a struggle for Burmese goals, but we'll see whether if they catch up. And even despite them only securing that 1 point, they are still pretty much within the top 3 because of the points gained from the past 2 super weekends. And now it's still YG holding that top spot, but it's Austria Esports that stole the show with that chicken dinner acquired. Now being put onto the number 2 spot, they can actually go in for some pretty steady climb up against the top dogs of Yangon Galacticos. While Team Max, their efforts were not in vain. They've been able to stash away 7 eliminations to be part of that equation in the top 4. And of course, NGGZ so far have absolutely impressed us, being one of the top 4 teams in this round.
Oh yeah, and with that 10 eliminations. Again, that's very, very good for NGGZ, or not so good games. And again, for the top 4 teams, we have Austria, NGGZ, YG, and Winning a Future. Winning a Future, again, they did manage to get through, I think, top 6 or maybe top 5, but they cannot really suppress the push from Yangon Galacticos. They were even sandwiched in between NGGZ and Yangon Galacticos. So again, that's very hard for them to survive that game. And the MVP, as you said, Contra, will be Nong X, who got that 8 eliminations.
I mean, so far he has been really showing up to form. And like you said, that past result coming in from week 2's Super Weekend performance really got carried over right now towards this grand final stage, just showing us that Austria Esports have came into the grand finals absolutely prepared. And perhaps we'll see a lot more coming from Austria Esports, despite us scrutinizing, it's been major roster shifts throughout the span of the past couple of months. But Nangak so far have been able to prove that he is still the veteran here in the PMCL.
Yeah, very well-experienced player is Nong X, though, one of the Terminators in Cambodia. But again, guys, please update your apps right now to the 4.0 update. Again, you'll enjoy the super smooth graphics, which is available right now. You can enjoy more of the frame rate options. Unfortunately, for my device, I'm not able to upgrade from 60 FPS. But for the others, like our official gaming phone for PMCL, which is the POVA 7 series, you can definitely experience the 120 FPS. And you might as well probably join in the fun in the tournaments of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a sign here for you to upgrade your phone, buddy. So, that being said, round 1 is complete. Now we're going to be moving into 3 rounds back-to-back in Wrangle. We'll catch you guys in a couple of minutes. Rondo's been done and dusted, and now we head back into the classic map of Erangel for 3 rounds, back to back to back. Starting things off, we're moving it from the southern corners of the Sanaska Islands to be headed into the corners of shooting range, and there's absolutely plenty of options available for all of the players on board. And my, game 1, Asia Esports, they got such a beautiful head start, and we'll see if they can do it one more time.
Yeah, they will probably do it one more time. They will most likely avoid MSI at Pochinki. If you remember from week number 1, they did try to go for those hot drop session with Misfit International and Pochinki, so they will go towards school and apartments area out of this moment. So they will avoid that. Everyone will basically avoid these hot drop sessions here in Erangel. They will more than likely focus on looting for the very first stage of this matchup. And for KHI though, and I think for Infamous Javiera, they will probably have a little bit of engagement trying to get those vehicles early on in this game. Oh no, and look at that! Team Max and Team Nexus Vanguard, as Joji goes down already, as they went for the drive-by, goes for that early elimination. That's going to be the first blood of this matchup.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. I mean, despite them securing those vehicles, it came at a cost. And now NX, they might be able to actually loot up, so perhaps this could be a strike to draw an exchange up against those members of Team Max, but unfortunately, there's just no open fire from either side of the party, so Team Max, they were given that little bit of leeway to kickstart off this run by securing the first blood. So Team Max, last round, they have been looking absolutely feisty, and I'm thinking that they're going to do exactly the same moving into this matchup.
So for Nexus Vanguard, they will, manage to still keep 3 players here alive here in the first stage of Erangel. They will go to their usual area, which is in Novo Repnoye. They will go for their usual rotation, which is at the right side bridge. But again, they already had lost some firepower here in the very early stages. So they might want to keep that in mind for next game. As for now, GOA, Guardians of Angels, Clay Jr., again, the IGL of the squad, they sometimes go on a spree where they get those chicken dinners, kind of like what they did in the group stage. But for now, they will have to wait on for that circle to be on their side. IQ, though, again, those early engagements will always happen to those teams who lands on a far direction of that flight path. And for IQ, they usually drop right around Milta Power. So that's why they're kind of on a battle here against Infamous Javier, who drops at Milta area. So you can see now Forsaken here at Milta area, able to get a buggy. So for now, it's going to be quiet here in the first stages. Only that one first blood off from Team Max and Nexus Vanguard.
Yeah, and after the steady notion overall, I mean, this is, after all, no longer in Rondo for these players to really farm up those big points early on. And of course, they got to shift their mindset into playing a little bit more conservatively than to really go guns blazing as compared to what we saw last round. I mean, we've seen certain teams really come up with some pretty interesting setups as well, especially throughout the span of those mid-game hours. There's going to be a lot of all these traps being laid out to see if they could actually draw teams rotating across those corners. So far, no camps across the bridge, though. Good news for the side of Guardians of Angel, as they do find a member of TTQ. Hovering around the corner, Gus, lucky enough not to be sprayed down. And he should be able to at least find a little bit of that space inside of Fair Pure for the moment. Plays Jr. hot on the wheels, as they're probably going for a little bit of a chase if they want to. As the rest of KHI so far have shown us some impressive work back in the match of Rondo, but it was just down to certain decision making for them to really play it a little bit cleanly. The last we saw was like a lot of stretch of spaces where the moment that he got caught off, things could just fall off like dominoes.
Oh, and look at that. IQ able to find Max U. So that's going to be it for one of the guys of Team Max, though they lose another, that one member. So it's kind of like what happened to whatever they did to Nexus Vanguard here. So for IQ, they will continue to control the areas at Milta Power. For TTQ, though, they have to be careful. They're very nearby MSI. It looks like MSI went for an early rotation from Pochinki now up to the hills down on south of Pochinki. And looks like Pretzel is just observing whatever Zuki is doing right now. He finds the vehicle, so he does know that there's someone right in here.
Surely they would be able to identify, but the question is, are they going to be going in for a firm push? It's a little rather risky. I mean, a couple of tags are being sent towards their location, but not much after that. The rest of Guardians of Angel, just making sure that the rest of TDQ is in respectable distance for the meantime.
And for the Guardians of Angels, like what I said, they can go on a spree of chicken dinners, kind of like what they did in the group stage, where the Circle actually went to them, kind of like what YG has been doing with the Circle. They always manage to predict where the Circle would go. For now, YG will go rotate all the way at the areas of Pochinki, right on the western side of the church area. But look at range spraying down on Clay Jr. as they confirm him right away with an ASM Abakan, a weapon that has now been used here in PMCL, a very effective one to say the least.
Yeah, and it's great to actually see these players get adjusted so quickly as well. I mean, overall, MSI, they've been able to really strike really hard from long distances, and once more, they've been able to thrive. And liking that, you know, teams, the moment that there is a new release of weapons, they're already labbing it out, dropping into the shooting range to really get some good practice done. And yeah, it definitely allows them to really amp up their firepower. And I think this is what's necessary for a lot of these players competing at such a high level. Whereas, we take a look at the members of Asia Esports. They've been planted here for a long time. So GG, they're just swinging by. Thankfully not caught out just yet, but might just be the case where support might be able to puncture him through the vehicle. Master D2K is pretty much allowed to have a little bit more space to work with for the meantime. So that's going to be all right for them to work this one out completely.
And that was a very risky play by Master D2K, also known as Shroud, who did not have any info in that barn house where GG already, or where another team already has their team in. So for now, he will survive. He will manage to avoid those bullets. Circle will now come into a close. We're going on to stage number 2. Where will this Circle go? Ooh, it will go down. Wow. And the Circle might go down to the island of Sovsnovka, I would say.
And the weird part about this is that GOA, they came from the islands, and now they are looking to swing right back, and they caught out the rest of WIOF just across the corner, but they're stopping at nothing. They really want to get into that space first and foremost and look to turn it up around. Already drawing some exchange is YOLO's hoping to hold down the line. Can he actually find Nickel? A little bit of a tight race between some of them. It doesn't seem like they've been able to really align all these shots. Joey will just continue to trail them from right behind, but it's going to be WIOF that will be looking for a quick swing up towards the hillside to quickly go for a setup.
And for GOA, they were like just scratching their heads right now. They could have just stayed at the bridge area to maybe just, you know, go for those bridge camp as the Circle shifted downwards. Say Cloud, though, will eliminate Zuki. And they will be the ones going for the bridge camp right at the lighthouse area as well on the left side bridge. On the right-hand side bridges, for the meantime, Nexus Vanguard Superboy is actually stuck right beside the buggy. Good thing he's able to pop that smoke. And for Infamous Saviera, I would say to just, you know, bail out from that scene. They don't have really much of any cover. And just focus on positioning inside the Circle.
Yeah, that's all they could possibly form up for the meantime. A lot of teams now for that priority inside the zone. Meanwhile, Bertles, after having a little bit of a dismal performance back in round 1, you can see that they're being a little bit more conservative this time around. As there's also going to be the option for the hovercraft to just swing right across. IQ got it pretty much handed to them to try to really wrap around the island. So a really smart call. Since this is still very early in stage 2, they can afford to tank out some amount of damage for the meantime.
And for Infamous Savera, they actually have really good head start points, to be honest with you. All they need to do now here in the finals is to continue to be consistent if they want to be the best, Filipino squad in their own region. But for now, they will have to manage that when it comes to, positioning. TTQ sees the players of Austria Esports. This is Gus. Are on top of the roof. They also have to take care of YG, who is keeping anyone who comes right through that bridge. For CTS Esports, coming from kind of late here, to say the least. And they're now going to try to get into this compound, but they don't know. Looks like they will know now as they crash in. Koldo will go down eventually. And now here comes the push from Michi. He takes down. Ooh, Michi takes down one, as well as OM goes down also for CTS. While the circle has shifted down again. That's of Snovka Military Base Island. And for CTS, they're left with only one. DOS will have to bail out from the scene, and now looks like he's stuck at this compound.
Yeah, he knows that there's not much to play for, so he's trying to form up a little bit of a last stand, but now that draws the attention of the rest of NGGZ. Miner now on the chase. He's got that grenade cooked up. Doesn't take long for DOS to actually swing by, so he will be able to convert one. But that's all that he wrote. CTS, they got out. I mean, NGGZ so far have been really efficient on taking charge of all these early fights, and they just look so good on those close quarter combat action. Though it is a little bit of a casualty upon Miner. Now they do have a lot of free space for them to also get by into the island.
That would be either going through the bridge or going through the waters. As look at the team Hyra Ryujin. Goes right at the edge of the island, northern island of Erangel. But he's actually going to be pinned down by Master Itchy. As he goes for the spray, he goes down. Here comes Unknown as well. As they battle against Team Hyra. And right as we go back to the houses where TTQ and Ostja are going into a fight. Bunny, though, will take a hit. But now here comes Miracle. Also, Miracle takes those hits, but he actually goes down. No, it's actually going to be Bunny who goes down with a CQC battle with Nong X. Nong X is still on fire coming from Rondo.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they've been able to really hold down the line. Austria Esports now getting suppressed with a beautiful toss coming from Gus. You know that he's been hiding around those corners. It doesn't seem like support has been able to dodge that one off completely, and now they're going to be on that deficit. Well, I say deficit is still 2 members versus a total of 3. Revive to eventually fall through, but Gus is on the watch, so that won't happen under the care of Miracle. So that confirms a grenade elimination for the side of Gus. Meanwhile, Austria Esports doesn't look like they're too concerned because they know that the rest of TTQ is pressured as well, so they can afford to just get into the waters and just leave TTQ to dry out.
Yeah, for TTQ now, they will just try to go through the blue. Maybe try to go through wherever YG is actually staying. But for now, let's switch over to where Nexus Vanguard is currently at. And they're going to be up against Team KHI Esports. Circle, by the way, has shifted. Looks like it went over to Messiah's at. GOA also has a very good hillside down on the bottom area of that circle. But for now, let's take a look at what's happening here between Nexus Vanguard and KHI Esports. Cute low-key now going for those suppressing fire from the backline. They are actually hearing some vehicles over from Team Max. But look at this. Claro finds Lil Yatka. So Lil Yatka will bow down for now. Early in this matchup here in stage number 4, Michi, though, will go out. A lot of battles happening right now as Team Infamous Savera also comes into the east side of the zone. And look at this. Unknown also goes down in the blue zone. Claude now comes in. Ooh, and actually goes down courtesy of that MiG spray with a Scarl. But now Migs will try to go for the elimination here onto Infamous Savera. Forsaken will probably be the last guy here for the squad. It looks like they were able to do so as Infamous Savera got gatekept at the eastern side. And while that is happening, a lot of things also on the kill feed happening as Smile goes down. And Unknown will finally bow down, will bleed, and will die in the blue zone. Looks like still YG is doing that gatekeep at the bridge area. And for now, they will have to defend themselves against GG.
Yeah, overall, it's just so difficult for some of these teams to really get across. Meanwhile, IQ has been able to really hold firm. The rest of GG now tries to close in over onto the hillside. Ample space to play out inside the island, but then again, the zone is already creeping right in. Stage 4 is going to hurt if they're going to be spending time over on the outskirts of the blue zone. Meanwhile, St. Cloud with a great catch upon Master DTK opens up a little bit more in that space, while MM tries to draw a little bit of a fine line for the rest of NGGZ. Also cut right through Rex now. Finds one out of YG, and he further confirms it. So GOA, they're onto something right now, while BG, they're hoping to just get by through the waters, but doesn't seem like it's going to be easy to do with Astya on the watch.
And Astya just having a little bit of hard time trying to cross that waters of Sosnovka. Here with Top, still not able to manage to cross over. He's gonna probably just be there to suppress fire for his teammates as Dong swims over the waters. Looks like he's able to manage to get some hits over to Misfit International as they're gonna try to hide in the smokes. For now, they will survive, but for how long will they survive now?
Yeah, they really have to lease by a little bit more time. Well, it's a little bit of a pressure situation for that member of Asia Esports to even draw it to a close. And just like that, there's no more suppressive fire coming right through. Well, Burmese Goals, they're lucky enough to be able to land their hands onto a boat. While Godspeed have also went into eliminate Top because he's been shooting around the corners, and the moment that they saw him over on feet and he's knocked out, they just take that for free. Not quite so for the rest of MSI. They're pretty much bunched up inside the shack, unable to trade back, and that allows Claire to now shred them all apart.
And Claire right now, together with KHI, putting in the pressure, actually on both sides, Hyra and Misfit International. I would suggest for them to go for Misfit International because they're all stuck in that small shack, as also with that frag grenade, Claire connected as he takes down one. It's only going to be only one left in the small shack for MSI. Now here comes the push for KHI. Oh, looks like they had some second thoughts on going for that push. Blanks just came back. And looks like Chappie gets the frag grenade in, connecting to range, and he goes down. And only one player left for the side of MSI. And he's actually far away from this. Oh, not far away, but just close by. Just down on the ground is Monboy using those smokes as cover. Oh, Black's also at the bike. And here comes the drive-by from Migs as they eliminate Misfit International.
KHI looking so clean so far, and Claire's looking for more. He almost drops Lucky out. Thankfully, there's backup coming in from Migs to be able to cover fire, but YOLO's putting in the pressure with those grenades. Hyra also getting a little busy up against WROF. YOLO's won't be able to last all too long, and that shutdown comes out from Blanks. KHI is on an absolute spree. 10 points right now to their name. As once more, we're looking at a lot of Filipino teams surging up the board.
KHI, a much different KHI is what I'm watching right now. Currently so far with 10, but here comes Min. Up close and personal against winning a future. Shin, though, does have the advantage. Whoa, but with low HP, Min survives. Hyra still manages to survive that with only 2 players left remaining. And by the way, they're inside the zone as well, right at the eastern side, so they will manage to survive this stage.
So far, Min's been doing an incredible job to really hold down the fort. 3 points for Hyra. Well, we're looking at the rest of the field to be having just about safe enough a region to play for the moment. Goa sweeping by the edges. We see how much GOA can have certain impact when given the room to do so. Now just wrapping around the corners, making sure that the coast is clear for the moment while they're keeping an eye out over the top side of the hill. And GG could actually cause a little bit of a pressure once that zone shifts back over the south side. But for now, they're hunkering down, making sure that they'll be able to defend their ground for the moment while the rest of NX IQ is moving across with the hovercraft. And they're looking for a little bit of a firm challenge. So we'll see whether or not can the rest of GG hold firm. Seems like they're just holding out. They don't seem to have enough manpower to be able to push up against the rest of GG. They got themselves in the zone, so that's great news. But not so good news is that the rest of GG, they found them right underneath the hillside. So they're going to be looking to secure that space instead. And GOA has been spotted by the rest of NGGZ, and just like that, the initiation is looking rather clean coming from NGGZ as they look to drop those double nades. Is it gonna connect? Yes, it does onto Ngapikal.
Yes, it connected to Ngapikal. Alex, or should I say KS, also known as KS, has built out from that area, bombs away from NGGZ. And now for Ngapikal, more than likely he won't get that revive anymore. Probably he will try to crawl to his teammates because they do have that rich advantage here against NGGZ. And now for Jarl, they cannot go up all because of those other teams from different angles trying to spray on them. So for GOA, they will manage to get Ngapikal up. But the question is, how will they get into circle? And now Devon goes for the third party. Able to see the players of GOA. Now Rex will just leave them all alone there. And for Astro, though, will be spotted by MM. But here comes Rex. He goes in towards to YG. Oh, he missed Master Smile over there. He actually lands onto the tree, but then he dies in the process. That is it for GOA.
That's a very desperate attempt, and he could have actually found those 2 players of Yagon Galacticos and wiped them off clean, but unable to do so, unfortunately. Devon also in the same predicament. Barely any HP left on the block. Doesn't seem like he has enough mets as well to recover. Gotta play it real slow. Literally only decked out with 7 frag grenades, full offense, 0 recovery rate, and 0 utility. And GG, they just hope to back a couple more points before they bow out, potentially. If he tosses towards the tree, he will be able to find those 2 members of YG instead, but he's being fixated into the corners of the smoke, and finally he tosses one right across. Does it connect is going to be the question.
Will probably connect. Oh, still not connecting.
Oops.
Another one goes in, actually connected a little bit to Romeo, as those damage has been dealt. He will probably go for the heal up though. Ooh, but MM take damage as well. Devon is down to just 1 HP. Actually doesn't have any meds anymore here, Contra.
That's what I've been saying. Like, this guy hanging by a very thin thread, and he just unloads every single death lead as well. I mean, overall, he's pretty much a sitting duck, which is why he's trying to fight it out, and he denies himself outside of the blue zone. I guess that's the best call, essentially, where you're not giving points away for the teams competing. And at least it's a top 8 run, so they will be able to still add 1 more in placement.
Oh yeah, for GG. They did manage also to get 5 eliminations here, so still a GGWP for GG. But the circle has already shifted all the way to Team Max. Oh, but Team Max will be naded by MM, but MM unfortunately goes out in the open and will get sprayed down by a different team. But they leave the game with 9 elims.
It's so crazy that in the grand finals, we are opening with a Sanoska finish. And I think that it's going to get even worse from here on for the next couple of rounds. Yangon Galacticos somehow did survive the brunt of the damage for how long they've been able to really camp over onto this open terrains. Not so much so for those members of Hyra. Well, is that Hyra? Yes, it is. Now only down to 1 man only. NX also hiding inside the shack. Barely enough cover for anyone to really work with. Team Max also bunch over onto the far corner. YG is just hoping to squeeze real tight into the next zone. Well, take a look at the K-Shot. They're looking like they could actually take this chicken dinner home. I mean, they've got 4 members still intact, whereas every other team, they've been battered and bruised trying to get their way into the island.
Oh, but Capo tried to risk it all by trying to push that small shack. Unfortunately, get spotted by Infinity IQ. And for Infinity IQ, they don't have any meds anymore. Probably same as what GG had endured earlier on. For now, they're still continuing on to the spray down onto KHI. But again, their players are actually on the edge of the circle. They're chasing onto that circle. And for now, they will probably manage because Claire will also have to get into the zone.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle. IQ eventually gets deterred by the members of Team Max from all the way right across. For the IQ, decent run for them. And now all to play for KHI, 4 members strong. And now it's only down to individuals as we're looking at more and more names being picked apart from the list. Team Max having only 1 member healthy and alive for the moment. Master Smile tries to close up any form of gap right under the Dacia. But I'm afraid that this really causes him to run out of space. It's already down to stage 8. They've got only about 30 seconds to push through. Perhaps the best option right now is to really deny those points away while the rest of Team Max tries to hustle up against Claire. And I don't think it's going to take too long. Jappy is already closing the distance, and those nades are being flocked right into those corners where Team Max is currently at.
And Nexus Vanguard will get spotted and eliminated. Oh, with a beautiful nade from Jappy, eliminating the whole squad of Team Max. Now we're only down to 1 left for KHI. Claire goes down though. Smile still trying to survive here, but he's out in the open, downwards on the bottom side of the zone. He only does have a Murado, which is already broken. Nowhere place to go for Master Smile. It is actually a 2v1 though.
There's barely enough wiggle room. I mean, overall, he's gonna go in with the last stand, and he will allow KHI to secure the win. I mean, overall, it's been a very clean finish for KHI, and they have gotten the most amount of eliminations in this round alone. So it's another big win for the Philippines this time. Moving into match 2, KHI clad in gold, looking for the golden trophy to take home.
And this is probably the best match that KHI played all throughout this season. From group stage, now here in the finals. Starting good here in the grand finals as well for KHI Esports. And if I remember it right, from PMNC PH, they really struggled all throughout the first couple of the grand final days. But this time around, they are starting really strong.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's really convincing that they might be able to really secure the title if they can continue at this kind of rate. I mean, we saw how difficult it was for all these teams to even fight inside of the island, let alone getting into the island as well. I mean, KHI, they've been able to really sweep a lot of all these teams, create that gap, and eventually once they get themselves that corner over in the northeastern corner map, it's pretty much done and dusted, where nobody has been able to contest up against them. And Claire, so far, he's been impeccable, but so are his teammates. You saw everybody got their hands busy. 800 over damage from Jappy as well as Mix, while Claire finishes the job. I think this is just, by far, like you said, their best overall performance of the season.
Yeah, their best overall this season, but they need to continue. Again, the goal is to be the #1 team. The goal is to beat Yangon Galacticos, and this might be the start as they were able to, eliminate Smile, the best IGL from that PMWC tournament. And by the way, look at the lineup here for KHI. If you remember Claire from back in the days, together with Blanks, and now with
Blacklist.
the upcoming with upcoming Jappy and also Mig. So it's a combination of those experienced veterans together with those players who just had their experience, like 2 years of experience here in the PUBG Mobile esports scene. But anyways, Contra, let's watch the beautiful highlights here in match number 2.
An absolute wonderful performance coming out of KHI Esports, securing themselves 26 points. You can see from second place onwards, they were just merely touching those double digits, and these guys, they look to double or even triple that. Yangon Galacticos, they finished off second, but they didn't have enough eliminations to be able to draw it up close up against NGGZ. And so far, 2 rounds in a row, the Philippines have been able to really impress us with those massive numbers throughout.
Most specifically, NGGZ, 2 good games coming from not so good games. From their team name, they're having so good games right now, from Rondo to Erangel. So they need to continue if they really want to be that champion here in this region. But for now, let's update now the overall rankings. Still, YG is the one on top with 49 points, but look at KHI now with 37 points. Austria Esports now at third with 31. Team Max right still there with 31. You have to look out for Team Max here, Contra, because if you look back in PMCL summer, Team Max all of a sudden went up, and then they managed to end up at top 3 overall. So let's take a look at Team Max at the later stages here, because they will try to go for a comeback.
Surely enough. I mean, take a look at Burmese goals as well. 0 placement points throughout 2 matches is rather concerning. So that allows Team Max to currently tie them up with 31 points so far. These are our current top 4 teams on the table as we can make comparisons in this match alone. I mean, KHI, they were second to none because they've been able to really find that firm spot to really hold out, and they just punished through those teams who were struggling to even find any compound to even cover up. So you can definitely tell that it is definitely hard, but so far NGGZ, KHI, they've been really putting up the good work, and Claire is the MVP of the match. As much as, he has the most elimination points, his teammates were the one dishing plenty of damage. I mean, 680 over is still super impressive for what we're getting out of Claire. And I'm pretty sure that you're familiar with him. You've probably known him for a very long time. I think his work rate so far is really showing that he's pretty much in his prime form.
And this is the Claire that, a much different Claire, to say the least, because way back in Blacklist International, he was the fragger. But before we even continue that conversation, again, guys, make sure to update your apps right now. It is available on version 4.0. The super smooth graphics, more stable frame rate, smoother combat, Again, this means that you'll be able to, defeat those players that are really good in classic event matches. And you can probably join in the fun as well in Ultimate Royale matches because, that's a much different game compared to classic matches. But anyways, Contra, again, we're done with match number 2. Match number 1 goes to Austria Esports. KHI will take match number 2. Who will take match number 3 as we go on a really short break here. Contra and Kuku TV will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with a third match of the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Grand Finals. Coming from that win from KHI Esports, let's see now where will the circle go as we start with the flight from the bottom of the map. It's kind of like the same as what we had in the previous matchup, Contra, right?
Yeah, this is almost identical. If anything, maybe this cuts closer to 70. But honestly, there's not much of a difference where we saw there were some contests for those vehicles early on. GOA, if it's going to be another island finish, I don't think they'll be moving into the mainland all too quickly, though. So we'll have to see how this one plays out this time around. Surely it won't be twice in a row that we're getting pretty much a similar sort of ending, right? So we'll have to, of course, wait and tell while we'll see if there's going to be any form of a payback. Since we've got those kind of early pickoffs that went on, TDQ this time will be having a little bit of a distance spread between them as well as another member of Raw to the 12 houses. So for now, things are looking to be starting off on a very steady note for a majority of them. And you know what? I'll take my words back. We run it one more time into the island, perhaps.
And you know what? There's a little bit of adjustment here from Nexus Vanguard. They now went towards the bottom road side of that island of Sosnovka compared to earlier. They went onto the northern side where they lose one member. So they're just avoiding those early engagements. And speaking of early engagement, we have CTS and GG Esports right up Gatka. And they do manage to get those guns early in this matchup. I think Astro, not so sure if he does have a gun, as he's just throwing those, probably those utilities, early utilities here. Does have a pistol on hand, though. But looks like Team CTS. Probably Devon is using a explosive arrow. You can hear those explosions from the background. And for now, it's going to be a standoff here between the two. But look at now on the kill feed, TTQ.
Yeah,
who loses two now. And that's the first blood for Zuki.
Wow, that is absolutely massive. I mean, for them to get such an initiation this early on, they've been able to set this camp up. And just like that, Joey, they caught 3 players in a row. 2 out of TDQ, I believe another one was from Nexus Vanguards as well, as you were mentioning that they were sharing the islands. So, a little bit of a struggle for these teams to really get by. Joey being so proactive. Meanwhile, it does not help CTS or GG whatsoever because they're sunk inside the field of Gatka. Astro now being caught. And Cool, so far, have been diligent of all the positioning so far.
And good thing he's able to get the roof so that he will be able to get that vantage point against GG Esports, as we are now able to see the replay. Here's how Pacquiao was able to get that elimination early on in the game. And then for GOA, they went towards Sosnovka military base, but they went on an early rotation here, right on the left side bridge to, gatekeep all those teams who was going for an early rotation as well. Kind of like what MSI is doing here. Monboy is now trying to get on top of this bridge, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's GOA right there waiting at the end of the bridge.
Not at all. MSI has to be absolutely careful about this advancement. Rex, just by the scaffolding. I believe that they should have suspected that there are people around and they're taking wide swings. This is a little dangerous. And speaking of which, Rex now opens fire. Bring down that member to 50%, and they're just going to go in for that wide swing, getting a little bit more cover, forcing to play around the edges. And now it's going to be a little bit of standstill. This bridge is going to be locked out for either parties to really get their grounds pretty much covered. But MSI, they came in prepared. Now we want to see on the other sector, it's going to be NX holding down the line. Great damage done for Team Max. And so far, Team Max, we've sung praises for them. They've been doing well. But can they find a way to cut through?
And I was just about to say that this is kind of like what Nexus Vanguard is doing. And now Nexus Vanguard is now doing it on the right side bridge. For GOA, they are doing it on the left side bridge. So kind of an adjustment here for the gameplay of GOA. Usually they just try to stay at the hillside, right on the left side area of the Sosnovka Island. So they are looking to get those elimination points here in the early stages of map number 3. For now, Nexus Vanguard is looking for the players of Team Max, and looks like Trezzy is backing out. He doesn't want to get a piece of the Nexus Vanguard bullets right now, and he's gonna dive into the waters underneath this bridge. So he will try to, survive for now, Contra. And for both bridge, it's being gatekept by these two teams.
Oh boy. And it just makes things so much more difficult for the teams who are starting off in the mainland, and there's still plenty of these teams who want to look for an opening. I guess the best way out right now is to take a couple of boats to really get into the island, but certain teams, they say, hey, it's still stage 1, we can afford to wait. Maybe Mike swing back into the mainland, who knows? If it's going to be the mainland, I think maybe small little areas like Farm or even close towards, the outskirts of Pochinki is going to be holdable. I say holdable because it's unconfirmed yet. Nexus Vanguards, despite them really putting quite a showing through the bridges, it seems like they have one member succumbing to the kind of pressure that they've been putting up with. Meanwhile, Clay Jr. He's trying to squeeze these angles. He sees Raimon. Range also dangerously close. I think he might as well just open fire. I mean, you miss all the shots you don't try. And there we go. Perfect catch.
Yep, perfect spray from Clay Jr. And this is good gameplay being shown right now by GOA. They're just not letting any of these teams to cross over that bridge. And you can see on the mini-map right now, Contra, Monboy is forced to swim at the waters of Sosnovka, and maybe you will try to go for a flank here. Pretzel and the rest of MSI will just have to wait it out until Monboy crosses that water, and maybe to cross that island now, and maybe to flank out the players of GOA. But looks like GOA will bail out from that area now, and will focus on this bridge. And the other teams might as well will try to close in and maybe go for a sandwicher for MSI, I think.
It's still a great read from MSI. I mean, overall, they've been able to spot that player has been able to traverse right across the hillside. So they're not going to just leave Ngapikel here to dry out all by himself. Still on top of the scaffold, though. Hard position to be flushed out by those members of MSI. But if there's anyone to do it, I think it's going to be Ryman. I mean, he's got the DP28, but he's pulling over onto the lower ridge. Now we go over back across the mainland. It seems like Team Max are looking towards getting their way across the river, maybe by just full sending it into the waters and just swim through Novoripnoye. This time around, more coverage over on to the central grounds on Miller Base. Last round, we see it end up over on the North Point. It could very well happen again. We'll have to see if that's going to be pretty much the same case as compared to Game 1. The rest of Asia Esports yet to make the cut as well. I think last round we also saw Asia Esports struggle because they were a little too late to make that entry. This time, I think they're sending out a couple of players just to really do some quick checks before they rotate into the island. Meanwhile, Charnai looking to close in up against the rest of Infinity IQ.
Chernai right now waiting for Infinity IQ. By the way, they're in the blue zone right now, so they will have to use meds as well. They will have to check those meds as well. If they don't have enough, they might as well go for the boats that is right on the right-hand side of our screens. Chernai, though, is ready for action here. He will go for the spray once those players from IQ rides the boat. Nady, though, will probably be the ones to fight Chernai. But look at Chernai. He does only have an M16, so not a gun that you would want in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, I felt like he overaggressed too early on. Like, a better read would be like what you mentioned, right? Let them get the boats and just shred the boat apart later on. Meanwhile, he gets those beautiful angles with his M4. gets the job done. Meanwhile, Natty also needing to heal up. I mean, he does not have any meds, which is why you're looking at Team Max. They're trying to fight their way out, and it starts to make me understand as to why they did not wait for far too long, because they kind of need the boat for themselves.
Yeah, they also need that boat in order for them to cross right at the bottom side of the map. For now, Chernai, not so sure. He's going to go for the heal up, but looking at the situation, he's going to go for the aggressive push here onto Nady. Nady is holding that DPS. Rex, though, on the kill feed will go down. And this is going to be MSI. Oh, and Max Yu finds Nady right at the corner of this stone or the rock formation, and they go for the kill. But again, the continuation of the battle between GOA and MSI. And looks like MSI has already circled around and boxed in GOA.
Yeah, I mean, Team Max, they have such a great game sense that might actually save you in that situation. A couple bandages at the very least. Being back towards the bridges, MSI have been able to really push through, putting pressure onto Ngape Cal, and eventually looking to secure it. Ramon now lands his hands onto the third point, being secured from MSI. While we go back into the military base, it is TDQ to have all hands on deck up against the rest of WIOF. And they've been able to really form up a solid defense inside of this bunker for the meantime. Claire and the rest of K-Shine will also follow suit to also gain a little control inside of the military base. TDQ, so far, starts off good. But then again, they're only left with 2 members, so a little rather concerning as to how deep of a run will they actually accomplish. Whereas the rest of Austria Esports still by the bridges, finding their opening to try to push right through, but they've been gatekeeping the rest of Hyra for some time. This allowing them any form of entry point. So Hyra, they're going to slowly bleed out. I mean, it's already stage 3. I think the only way is to just drive through, but nah, this is going to cost them a lot.
I would probably say Hyra would just need to swim. I mean, they had to swim earlier on. If they swim now, they won't be able to survive the blue zone. Yeah, it's too late. So they don't have any much choice but to just cross this bridge and to fight against Austria Esports. But look at the backside of Austria. Nexus Vanguard still waiting at the right side bridge, not going for the rotation in the circle. And Superboy manages to get those damage done onto top. For now, Austria will have to wait it out for the blue zone to continue on to move. For Min and the rest of Hyra, they will also need to wait. So it's a battle of patience here at this bridge.
I mean, Austria is the one caught in between, right? They have to either focus onto the rest of NX or those coming from the back. I mean, Hyra, they just have to just force their entry. There's just no point in waiting anymore. Austria Esports still has 2 more first aid kits in the hands of Nang X, the MVP of the past round of Rondo. And it seems like this is just a very desperate attempt coming out of Hash to see if we can still find any form of items inside of all these compounds. While Team Max, they got punished for being a little too late. I mean, certain teams, when they're already overly committed in the zone, you just really got to battle for every scrap of points that they can actually acquire. Short Knight now sleeping out. I think he's got only a couple of all these bandages as well as boosters to work this out. So this is hugging by the corner of the wall. I think he's already been spotted out, and all that's left to do is just formalities for MGZ to secure the points.
Oh, but here comes CTS now. Ooh, Demios goes up, but then crashes and burning. Cole right now will be the last guy left here at this very position. Devon will have to defend himself. He's right up there at the hillside. Will be the only member left for the side of CTS, and CTS still struggling right now, but Devon will be the last guy. Third party from behind. YG eliminates GG, and CTS will survive for now.
Oh, what a massive defense that was. I mean, he really saved the entirety of his team by doing so. And I would definitely say that was also a little bit of an overaggression being shown from the opposite team as well. I mean, it is definitely daunting when you're already driving into the street of teams waiting around that vicinity. I mean, that southwestern quarter where you saw a couple of all these compounds up for grabs usually are occupied, and hence why certain teams, they just really want to look for alternatives like the ditch that CTS has been holding on to. And I just think that that was probably not the best of time to really go for the aggression. And GGZ, late to the party, and might be met with Min, who's looking to make his way across. Miner now taking a little bit of pit stop. I think the coast is clear. I mean, overall, Hyra also needs to get deeper into the zone. Even going into the island does not ensure their safety net just yet. Michi, he doesn't care. He just drives all the way straight into the zone. As much as it seemed pretty safe for now, I don't think it's going to be so any longer, especially with a lot of all these NX members waiting in the wing.
Yeah, pretty much open at the eastern side of this circle. So Michi and the rest of NGGZ will have the hovercraft as they manage now to get through the eastern side. They will control this area, though there's other teams who's already in zone. You can see that in the mini-map now for KZ. It's just looking at the horizon here, checking if there are any other teams that they can actually spot out. Looks like he's gonna try to switch that hovercraft, that burning hovercraft, a much better vehicle that they can actually use. For now, it's very safe for the others, but I still think that there's still other teams right in the blue zone, right at the left side part of this island. As for the right side part or the eastern side, looks like the last team to get in is NGGZ.
Yeah, and they found that clear entry point as well. As much as I say clear, they emerge on top of the bunker and now attracts a little attention coming in from Yangon Galacticos, and not too far off, TTQ as well. I think it's a safe enough spot for them to really play this one out, but Hyra have also joined into the party. We'll definitely want a little bit more cover to work with, so for now, it's only down to the terrains. Thankfully, there's nothing too far off on the south side, or else they'll be in the pickle. If we take a look into the center of Military Base right now, plenty of space to work for, as we have pretty much equal distribution. Asia Esports conquers the north, and this game, savingly enough, looks to be very much in the favor of KHI to have so much ground control, securing the headquarters of the Millie Base.
A totally different game from the previous matchup that we just had. We had a circle right at the beaches of the northern side of Sosnovka Island. Now we are in the base itself, and KHI still manages to get in right at the middle. They're at the C building of the base itself. For NGGZ, they will have to go for another long rotation. Looks like they're going to go for a hard rotation coming from the bottom right-hand side. Probably they're planning on going onto the north, but they actually see one of the players of Nexus Vanguard as KZ goes down from Burmese Goals Unknown. Able to drop him down as he probably tried to enter the base itself. And now he's just going to hide in the smokes that he actually popped out. And no more rescue for him, because if you see the mini-map Contra, the remainder of the Nexus Vanguard team is far away from him.
Yeah, they've been playing by the edges for most part, and now it's going to be a battle for any form of space that they can manage to acquire. And GGZ, they go for that wide swing to check over the north side. There is Superboy holding around these areas, as we did mention. NX, they were having a little bit of that struggle looking for those kind of space. Michi has been able to find that punishment, and there goes the final member of the side of NX, unfortunately. As for the rest of Burmese Goals, I think they're looking pretty steady. The only problem is they haven't found much placement points to be gained from the past 2 rounds. With this hovercraft, this ensures they safely traverse right into the zone, but they had to just leave it as it's about to blow up. Asia Esports now looking to dent them from top side of the hill, but there is exchanges coming from the side of Master EG.
And good thing those bullets came through top. We'll have to, stop for now and heal up. And for Burmese goals, they will have to work on with that they could have probably have done so much more, because the circle went down to the Sosnovka Island where they actually land. So not so sure what happened to them. They probably hang out for a very long time right at the bridge area to gatekeep most of the teams.
Yeah, they took too long, and they kind of allowed the rest of these teams to journey their way through from other alternatives, especially on the opposite side of the bridge as well. They should have actually sent maybe a few members to be able to cover grounds, but of course, Count Crowder spilt milk, whichever that phrase was. BG, however, now slowly getting punctured and top so far has got that God angle from the top side of the hill. These big nades are really piling the pressure onto Godspeed, and I don't think they will be able to get those revives done. The moment he pops his head out, he's going to be a goner, but I think the only way out is to get a couple more smokes in to try to call in for a revive. A little too late for Godspeed, though. All he really has to take care of is himself for the moment, as Austria Esports have continuously put a lot of pressure onto their shoulders, and now down to Unknown. Perhaps Unknown will be able to alter their fate to pick up Master EG.
But it's going to be pretty hard, because next NGGZ rather would sandwich them. Has that view, and you can now see Smile with Yangon Galacticus at the bottom side, right at the edge of the blue zone here. There's so many teams right at the bottom side of the circle as well, so I'm not so sure how YG will manage to survive this situation, but Godspeed will be able to see Michi as he drops him down, but he needs to wait it out for now, as X will be the ones to eliminate Burmese goals, and they're now out at 11th spot.
Still 0 placements gained, but there's a big fight happening by the corners of the satellite. And Murnat, so far, never challenged this guy on a CQC, as he's been able to thrive in so many occasions by doing so. Yangon Galacticos have been able to prevail, finding themselves just about enough cover, but still not in the zone quite yet. And back towards that notion of Burmese goals, I mean, it's been a disappointing day coming from them. Sure, they got those 3 points in this round, but they have not been able to make the top 8 cut again. But then again, if we take a look at this matchup, it's been absolutely difficult. 2 matches in a row, these teams are being sent into the islands. Now, MSI looking to hunt out the final member of GOA. Clay Jr. He's got the angles. Oh, misses the mark. And it's not the perfect timing for the grenade, and that allows Monboy to go in for the punish.
Yeah, Monboy just outplayed him in that scenario, but for now, at the C building, it's going to be KHI versus Austria. Nang X now. Try to hold on with that frag grenade. Will probably cook now. Pretzel, though, will be able to find Fernji for Austria. So Austria able to manage to get that top of the hill, but with so many teams right at the bottom side, they're able to see them clearly. Ooh, but for YG, though, they're now trying to go rotate, but Mernat will be spotted here by MSI Monboy. Mernat, though, will be eliminated by KHI MiG, so the third party is now coming in as well. Nades coming through also to YG. And for YG, they're left with only 2. Smile is there. There's someone still alive here for YG, but not in the same area where Smile is at. Now here comes the damage here from MSI. If Pretzel comes in, they smell the blood of YG, but Romeo able to go for the suppressing fire there for Master Smile. So they, for now, will survive as Austria. Nang X still trying to sustain the players of KHI, but he needs more help. Ooh, but the nade actually... Oh no, that nade actually knocked down his teammate. MSI needs help. Ryman, another nade from MSI, but now it exploded to YG as they eliminate them.
Such a huge scramble over the south side. We see the rest of Yangon Galacticos depleted, and now that allows a chance for Aja as well as KHI to form and overtake. My. It's been a big round thus far. Aja Esports, as much as we saw top dominating the hillside, his other teammates were seeked out by, I believe, KHI as well as NGGZ that's firmly planted around those areas. And KHI still holding the best possible location. MSI, a perfect defense. And you saw how many teams they've been able to eliminate, especially up against Yangon Galacticos. That was a hard-fought victory. And now they have the most amount of eliminations acquired in the round thus far. So they should be able to create a big gap up against Infinite Zapiera, who's only got 1 point and only 1 member remaining. Mix! Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful spray with an AUG from Migs. Claire, though, will also eliminate Monboy. MSI, Misfit International, not able to rotate well. Ostja, though, will be gone. But they did manage to get 7 eliminations here. Monboy will just hide at the statue. Claire throws out a stun, but no go for him. Hyra is still alive, though. Hash is the last member for them. Same goes to NGGZ. They are only left with only 1. So this is just the remains of whatever chaos that happened here at the bridge and probably in Sovsnovka military base. It's all up to just KHI, the only team that has a complete players here.
Yeah, I mean, from the start, the moment that KHI have got themselves planted by the horseshoe, the C building, we call it, it just seemed like there's just no teams that have been able to really challenge them. And take a look at this. Barely any health left for the side of Raimon, and here comes the jump shot. Claire almost got taken out with a Martin grenade. And now 10 points is all she wrote for MSI, but still a great victory nonetheless. And take a look at this. 4 teams hailing from the Philippines, battling for the chicken dinner, but KHI might be able to get back-to-back win in this matchup.
Yeah, big possibility. Probably 90% that they can win this game unless they would clutch it out. NGGZ and Team Hyra. They're actually the ones battling each other right at the eastern side of the circle. For KHI, if they do know what is already happening with them, they can probably just go for the push. But for now, they don't have any much information. Jarrell will be the ones to be eliminated first here, I would say, because he is still not yet in the circle.
Yeah, the moment he pops his head over on Ventus, he might just be caught up by Migs, who's by the other side of the wall. Blanks is also driving in with hovercraft. That further confirms it. But I don't think Blanks have been able to catch a glimpse, though. He somehow sneaked right by.
Yeah, he circles around.
Okay.
Yeah. Just trying to scout out Contra, the areas.
Come on, round 2. Maybe
2?
this time it's the charm.
Yeah.
No, Blanks is not checking. Jero might just be able to just get his way through, but Blanks, oh no, he's reversing. I mean, so long he doesn't check his back mirror, it should be fine.
they still not able to spot the 2.
He knows. He tossed out the smoke.
Oh
boy.
Oh boy. Oh, and now spots Jarrell. He has really not much of any choice. He can probably just deny himself there, but then again, here comes the push now onto the last guy of Team Hyra. And that is it. KHI with a back-to-back win in the first day of the grand finals of PMCL Fall.
We have not really expected this kind of outcome, but KHI, they look so darn good. 2 rounds back-to-back, and they should sit at the throne right now. But the question is, how much longer? I mean, so far it's been super impressive on their read and performance overall. And I think that it's about time that the Philippines would be able to land their hands on the trophy. I mean, it's been so many seasons where it's been between Genesis Esports, Yangon Galacticos. It's time for a new king, and this season might just be the best one for KHI.
Yeah, it might be, but they need to continue. They cannot stop now, as KHI or probably YG or maybe even Ostja to try to get back and win the remaining few games here in day number 1. It's probably also a like what you said, even before we started the matches, it's probably a buff here for the Filipino teams because they are having a watch party right now in Ortigas City in Shashonado Bistro Filipino. And you can see now the stats, by the way, here. Claire continuing that good performance here with 4 elims. Probably will be, or probably not, because you can see Migs has much more damage here with 879. So Migs will probably end up being the MVP for match number 3.
I mean, overall, they're really working so well as a tandem, and I think like it still looks great on all parts, right? KHI, you may say that, hey, maybe all along throughout those weeks, they were just hiding some of all these secret strats, and now they unleash the bees over the fields. Let's take a look at the highlights once more to see how KHI claim their back-to-back win.
From 16 eliminations, they now add 9, a total of 19 points this time around in match number 3. And again, a back-to-back win here for KHI Esports. MSI, though, waking up with 13 eliminations. NGGZ continues their consistent performance here with 10 points. Ostia getting 9, Hyra getting 8. So basically, this game is more about the Filipinos here, Contra.
I mean, overall, they've been really putting in all the heavy lifting throughout the past couple rounds. Meanwhile, Murray's goals as well as Yangon Galacticos haven't really shown that same level of shine throughout the past couple rounds. And we'll have to wait and see whether if there's going to be any form of activation, or else this could very well be of pure Filipino domination throughout the top 3 cores, as we've seen even NGGZ performing so well through the run.
And this is giving so much challenge for the Myanmar squads, and knowing that they usually dominate this region like YG or Burmese goals. Now look at the overall rankings. KHI now takes the number 1 spot over Yangon Galacticos with 56 points, as YG has 53, Ostia with 43 points, and GGZ with 40, MSI with 35 points. And again, group stage, this is a much different story now here in the finals. Contra, it's basically you have to put all of the bets in, right?
Yeah. I mean, overall, you take a look at a certain disparity in the form of points from the 7th place onwards as well. INXV, they also need to really start catching up to be somewhere within contention as well. As we saw in that past round, it was a pure streak coming out of KHI, MSI, as well as NGGZ to be able to get a lot of stuff to be done inside the island. But Ostia, they've been dominating the hillside to take out plenty of all the other teams, namely Burmese Ghosts, been part of their equation as well. Only down to one member. They did not manage to last as long as they were intending to. But hey, it's still been a decent performance so far. Another firm run for Asa Esports to keep their hopes and dreams alive, while Mix, like you called it, has been able to do the most amount of damage and have equivalent of the formulations that has been secured alongside with Claire as well.
And Migs, a former player from the West Point Mamba team, who got the MVP honors in the PMNC as well in our region, is just showing why he deserves to be getting that spot here in PMCL. But anyways, Contra, we're halfway through now here in PMCL Fall Finals in 2025, and we're going to go on a break here. Contra and Kuku TV, we'll be right back for more action.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain, but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome back from the break as we dive into our first day of action here in the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. So far, looking great for the teams hailing from the Philippines, especially KHI Esports, who've just secured a back-to-back win. And in the first map of Rondo, it was Asia Esports to also earn their winner in the chicken dinner. The race is still on Kuku TV. I mean, there's still so much to play for.
Yeah, there's still so much to play, especially for Erangel. There's still one more Erangel left here for today. And for the two maps of Erangel, the circle did manage to go through the bottom side of the map. So more than likely, the circle will go upwards now in the next match. But before we even continue, guys, again, our official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. It is the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It is engineered for those who refuse to slow down. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth, competitive gameplay in its 6.67-inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, a 70-watt ultra charge, a 30-watt wireless charging as well. This just isn't just a phone. It is the future in your hands. It is the POVA 7 series.
Wow, I really am tempted to get my hands on it as well. I mean, overall, if you guys are looking for an upgrade, look no further. It will support you in your everyday needs. It's got great battery life and performance, and that pretty much allows you to game on PUBG Mobile all day. And of course, speaking of which, you guys should also update the current client into the 4.0 rendition, where it allows you guys to enjoy super smooth graphics and you can play without overheating. It has been proven that your device will be at least 2 to 4 Celsius cooler, and it's all going to go down to at least an improvement of 15%. And honestly, this has been the major setback for a lot of all these players. Usually it's like, oh, I can't play too long, my phone heats up. Now you guys don't have any more excuses left. You can just grind your rank and, of course, earn your chicken dinner.
Also, the brand new mode, the Unfail. It already is available now here on your PUBG Mobile app. Just make sure to update your apps. A new thrilling pursuit and escape game modes, 1 predator versus 4 survivors. So stay tuned for more.
That's right. And of course, there's just so many fun stuff for you guys to check out, especially with this exclusive collab, or this is all over the PUBG Battlegrounds as well as PUBG Mobile. And you can get your hands on the G-Dragon Ubermensch Edition gears, as well as there's a gun. There's also so many great costumes. I mean, this so far has been absolutely wonderful. It is definitely something you don't want to miss because it's only for a limited time. So if you don't grab it, it's going to be away from the stores forever.
And also, the Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus cars, the Emira and the Amaya. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await. Available for a limited time.
That's right. And, you know, these players absolutely have been able to drive their way to successful victories. And that is basically, you know, a deep dive into the islands of the Nazca for the past 2 rounds. So, moving into this final map, I mean, I don't know about a three-peat, but, you know, by now, these teams are absolutely prepared for anything. When you start off in Sanaska twice in a row, I think it doesn't get worse from there, right? If you go back to the mainland, I think like all these teams will feel definitely a little bit more comfortable. And once that happens, maybe you might see YG Burmese goals to be at least getting back into a healthy shape. Last round, I don't think they've been able to get much done as compared to what a lot of fans of Myanmar have expected. But, you know, the fans from the Philippines, they rejoiced, they celebrated KHI's wins, and even NGGZ, who have not gotten a win, but they've been able to get so many points from eliminations alone.
And it's just a matter of time for NGGZ to get a win. They're having 3 consecutive good games already, not able to get that winner chicken dinner so far. So in the last 3 matches that we do have still left, there's gonna be just one of those games where NGGZ would pop off. But again, you did mention YG. Together with Burmese Goals, if the circle would go to their mainland of Erangel, then things would go back to normal. I would say, because they know how to rotate in those certain situations where the circle would go probably to Gatka area or maybe even to Rozok area. But again, in just less than 30 seconds, we're gonna fly very, very soon here in the 4th match of the day here in Erangel.
Yeah, and of course, we can't wait to see who will be the next winners in the PUBG Mobile Challengers Leagues Day 1 here in SEA. I mean, it's been absolutely wild, and the course might just be even rougher when we dive down into our final map of Erangel for the night. So, Kuku TV, it's time to get it on!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now flying into match number 4, PMCL Southeast Asia Fall coming your way. And for the first 2 Erangel maps, we did had almost the same flight path, but this time around, it's going to be a much more different one from Primorix flying towards Milta Power. So this is going to be interesting, especially for those teams who drops right at the northern side. So I would say Team Hyra, Team Yangon Galacticos, and also Burmese Goals, they would have a hard time on finding those vehicles. Probably they will be also involved in those early engagements, finding those vehicles.
Yeah, that might actually be a cause for concern for some of these teams out there, but there's also certain alternatives where they could just drop somewhere in the middle of the forest with a small little compound for them to loot up if they are not feeling all too confident of securing those vehicles. Meanwhile, Hyra, they waste no time. They will be able to get their first dips. And funny enough, I mean, 3 rounds in a row, we actually have the flight path to be starting literally on the southwestern corner of the map. So maybe this allows easy access once more if it does end up in the island again. We'll have a quick reveal this time. It will be all the way up north, like you pointed out. And I think like this is kind of like the opposite of what the trouble were for certain teams, because this flight path was secured all the way down south. Now it's going to be a quick race to see who gets first dips onto the best possible areas of play.
Yeah, this will be pretty hard for teams like GOA and Nexus Vanguard, because they cannot go for those bridge camps anymore. And ooh, look at this. This is what I'm talking about, Contra. Hyra and YG looking for vehicles, looking for place to stay, and Capo goes for the very early first blood as they eliminate one of the players of YG.
Oh, wow. Already starting things off strong. I mean, Hyra definitely have shown some signs of improvement, all thanks to their survivability last round. I mean, they had that struggle cutting by the bridge, but once they do, they've been able to cling on for dear life. Meanwhile, the struggle continues for the rest of Yangon Galacticos. I think Game 2, at the very least, have seen them secure a top 2 finish by placements alone, but it really felt like they haven't really gotten much done so far, unfortunately. As we take a look at the list right now, Yangon Galacticos, as much as I may not have seen big praises for them just yet, they're still 53 points up, but that puts them behind KHI right now, who's getting all the limelight, securing 2 chicken dinners. Claire so far have been phenomenal. You know, like, you talked to me about, you know, certain times those viewers who drop by his live stream, you know, they have certain nice things to say. Some of them not quite, but here Claire is proving them wrong.
Yeah, he's clearly proving them wrong. And the only thing about Claire is he's the IGL and the scout of the team. So more than likely, there's a big, you know, percentage that he will be the ones to die early most of the times here in these matches. But in the first couple of Erangel matches that we had, he's able to find ways on how to survive together with all the players of KHI Esports. So it looks like they have already talked about things through during the, you know, couple of weeks that they had to wait out for the grand finals to come, and looks like they're able to, you know, successfully do it well here in the grand finals.
Yeah, that's a testament as to how well they work together as a team. I mean, on top of Claire literally getting some clarity on how exactly to really pave a safe passage for KSHI to really work so efficiently throughout those past couple rounds. Even back in Rondo, I believe they've been able to acquire quite a significant, healthy amount of points. And as much as we put the limelight onto the top two teams, Austria Esports, back in game one, they get that chicken dinner. Past couple rounds, they've been really doing a good, diligent job of maintaining that order as well before the 3 points. And MSI, that's one team that we haven't really touched too much about, but so far they're getting some huge performances for the past couple rounds, especially on how well they've always been able to secure some early leads to get into the island.
Yeah, and that is what is mostly expected for MSI, because they're the champs in the PH region, so they would most likely be the ones to be on top. But this time around, it's KHI dealing all of those high points for the past couple of matches. But look at this as they crash at the apartment buildings up on the northern side of Georgia Pole. They're just very nearby of Team Hyra. They're doing a 3-1 split currently here with Ryman at the back line. And for the rest of MSI, they're just clearing out the areas, making sure that there's nobody else is just, hiding and maybe camping inside these apartments. And again, this is the drop location of Team Hyra. So you would expect them to be right at this very area. And you did mention Austria Esports, who did not have a good game for the past couple of Erangel matches that we had. And for this type of circle, hopefully that they could, bounce back and maybe get more points compared to the first two Erangels that we just had.
Yeah, I mean, back in game one, NatX absolutely was the monster in the lobby to really shred so many players apart. That was 8 kills. Last round, I think his teammates Top has been able to also step up into that kind of occasion as well. The last I recall, it was 5 to 7 points of eliminations that have been acquired. As much as, we've had certain ups and downs for the side of Austria Esports, but I think that they're still pretty much in a very healthy state. Whereas if we take a look at the midfield right now, Team Max, BG, INXV, as well as Hyra, all within touching distance. I mean, even more so for MSI as well as Team Max. And of course, not forgetting Burmese Goals. But Burmese Goals is currently the ones at a worrying state because majority of the bulk of their income right now is actually from the kind of points that they've been able to acquire for the past 2 weekends, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, not much has been done from the side of Burmese Goals.
Yeah, a total of 27 points for the head start points of Burmese Goals. So they just added a few here in the first 3 matches of the grand final. So they need to get back to the drawing board here, to the scoreboard. And if they cannot go for, any eliminations here, maybe even places points starting now, then they might get lost in the overall rankings. So if they can try to bounce back, again, that's going to be good for them. Another team also would be Infamous Xaviera. They got 17 head start points in the beginning, and now they only have 26. So they're currently struggling, most especially with those 2 circles right at the bottom area of the map. So with now the circle going upwards, then maybe they can try to bounce back. Looking at the circle right now, speaking of Infamous Xaviera, they're actually going for a hard rotation, probably ending up at the northern side of the zone.
Oh yeah, I believe they've been able to hear the engines coming in from the player that's been lurking around, but they're stopping at nothing. They know that this is still a little risky to take fights over onto the zone. So Forsaken, either he does not spot that player driving past, or he's just unfazed at all because they're hoping to book a great northern spot for themselves, which, is the right thing to do. And, as much as we have certain concerns for certain teams as well throughout the past couple of Wrangle matches, keep in mind those were Sanovska endings, which is never easy. I guess that's the only excuse I could give to certain teams out there. But other than that, you got to also keep in mind, they've been playing so many seasons. They've seen that zone as well plenty of times. but of course they have to make quick judgment, and it's always a
look
challenge.
at this.
Wow, take a look at how quickly this team's just swing right into Rozak with them just pre-transitioning into this convoy, and we're gonna see a lot of tension being brought into the city of Rozak.
And for this is a circle for BG now, Contra. So again, we've been talking about Burmese goals, so this might be the game for them. As you can see on the kill feed, looks like players from GOA got eliminated there, or actually just one, and that's courtesy of Team Hyra. And again, going back to Burmese goals, and with this type of circle, all they need to do now is just wait for the players or for the enemies to, crash to their location. And for the rest, they will try to go ahead and rotate. And this is, again, the job now for KHI. They're going to go for the bottom side now of the circle. While this is happening, Team Max, though, Trezzy will be spotted and will be confirmed right away by Nexus Vanguard.
Oh boy. Risky situation for either X. Thankfully, his tires are intact, so he'll be left unscathed. We'll be able to rejoin Chornai as well. As we see, the city is getting more and more congested. There's Asia Esports, not too far off from the north. Is going to be the members of NGGZ. So, plenty of space now. Open up over on the outskirts, but not quite much in the city. MSI now trolling closely towards PMCL. And I feel like a lot of times, GOA plays very riskily onto certain positions, and now this late rotation might either be costly, or it could actually pay out dividendly, especially now that they're swinging so far over on the outskirts. I mean, take a look at MSI as well. They're hoping that this hard shift would favor them. I mean, in the sense, there's still some coverage, but very likely than not, you see a lot of teams journey their way to Rozak for very good reasons, where it could still end up somewhere around the central zone, so that's basically the safe bet. But for MSI, they're hoping to burn out this time to further confirm it, and if it does shift over to the north, MSI will have such a great head start.
Also with the GOA and Team Hyra, who's just... Oh, look at that shift now. It did. So Contra probably does have the next few stages to come here for the circle. And now that the circle has shifted onto the northern side, MSI now will be able to, gatekeep that northwestern side part of the circle. And for GOA, this is where they actually play well. They sometimes usually depend on the circle, as now Pacquiao goes for the knockdown, able to get that knockdown, but he will be eliminated by Team Hyra. And now with a shotgun to the face, Capo goes down. Clay Jr. will confirm him right away. Now for Ryujin and Min, they will be the last two players left. Oh no. Goa, Clay Jr. is very quick with his moves. Now he tries to go for the next house. But he will try to go for the heal-up first, as he's the last guy for GOA.
I mean, it's down to this 1 versus 1. And for some reason, Clay Jr. was allowed to make that drop and goes unpunished. Those grenades might actually alter their fate, though. Now they're both going for some pickups. Ryujin says otherwise, perhaps it's going to be a firm challenge, but he's just trying to clear the angles. Okay, just about any time now. I feel like he's kind of hesitating, and that allowed the revive to go through. Meanwhile, he's too late on the revive.
Yeah, way too late for the revive. But there's also... Oh, the Molotov actually did manage to knock Clay Jr. down. So this means that GOA and Hyra will still be on a 1v1. Third party coming from GG. So they will be able to heal up. Oh, now another party from NGGZ. It's MM, who finally eliminated GOA.
That's such a weird circumstance to be in. I mean, like, from the 1v1 into Clay Jr. walking to a pre-fired Molotov already. It wasn't that he tossed it out, but Mix so far has been able to clear up the Harry Potter Tower. And there goes an early exit for Team Max this time. 0 points. That's surprising.
Yeah, indeed surprising for Team Max. I was just calling them out earlier on and now they are gone too soon here at 15th spot. So Team Max, kind of like what's happening now to Infamous Saviera and Burmese Goals. But for the meantime, Pretzel, though, will be eliminated by YOLOs of winning a future. MSI, even though that they did manage to get that circle shift, they're not able to defend well up on the northern side, so they will most likely rotate probably right at the middle portion as they did. Circle will also come into a close. Let's see now, where will this shift? And still goes now to the western side part of the circle, and the rest of the other teams, especially Burmese Goals, are now stuck on the bottom right-hand side of the playable area.
Yeah, early on we did manage to spot out MSI to be playing such a great angle to actually hold things out. And I'm afraid that right now, there with too many presents coming in for Nerve Point, it's starting to be a little harder for them to actually find any form of advancement. You can also say the same about those who are stuck inside of the city of Rosat right now, DDQ. In the worst possible location, but they could still find an avenue by cutting across the bridge. But the problem is, they can't even get out the window for the moment. Burmese Goals, they have a lot of work to do. I mean, they've been holding over onto the warehouse sector for a long time now. They're looking to close in up against Superboy. Grenades cooked up, but he's actually behind a building, and he doesn't know. Okay. Now, this is a turnaround of events. Master Ichi, he's barely having enough health, and it's just a little bit of ring around the rosy between the two of them. Big Nate's now being set right in, and it's a little bit dangerous for NX to actually push through. Yaka gets caught out by MM.
And now here comes the rest of PG, but they go down, all because that the Nexus Vanguard is already in position. So now Burmese Goals Master Ichi will be the last guy right at this compound. He's all up against two players here from Nexus Vanguard. And Master Ichi does have that DBS on hand. He's got to be battling against Superboy, who does have the UMP. And now they throw out a nade. Right now, Superboy throws out a nade. Oh, he actually went for the kill there. But eventually, Nexus Vanguard will eliminate Burmese Goals.
They have that two-prong swing as well. A little too hard to do. And I just feel like Burmese Goals are looking a little disjointed today, because you saw that push into that compound was unnecessary. Honestly, like, there's many avenues where Burmese Goals could just say, you know what, let's open up more room so that we can play up north. But it doesn't seem like that was the call that they've made, and they put themselves under threat. Zuki now swimming next to Nang. This could be an easy claim. Yep. Just like that, gets the job done. Austria Esports now has to battle their way uphill. At least there's a coverage coming in from the other corner. Support already planted very deep into position, and therefore they can actually take on the rest of NX. Over on the other side of the equation, it's going to be GG to try to push towards Master Smile, but not quite easily found though. They're still going to full send it. This is a trap being laid out, and YG, they like those odds. Those push coming into the bunker site will now form pressure up against Romeo.
Oh, Master D2K, though, will be down as Master Smile. Oh, nade, actually. And now they just annihilated Good Game Esports. Insane plays by YG. The defending champs just holding their ground.
Wow. You blink and you'll miss it. I mean, within that split second, I mean, they've been able to really read where exactly they will be able to really dock right underneath. And they didn't even need to overpeak or anything. Just those utilities have been able to flush out the entirety of the team. GG. Definitely had big regrets on those kind of decisions. Instead, they could have actually opt to seek out Masters Finals first, then slowly play out that fight. First, we continue onwards. KHI continues on that streak. 3 points so far under their belt. Still dealing with the situation. There is a team over the far corner, and that is NX. Overall, we've seen Burmese Goals getting wiped out in this pretty similar corner. So KHI, they gotta be very wary of their positioning as well. because they're playing on the low ground. Meanwhile, on the high ground side, it's WIOF to look for that space and opening that they need to, of course, find up against the rest of Infinity IQ.
Oh, and look at Nexus Vanguard. They actually go in for the push. Mindo will drop Joji down, a third party coming from afar. Ooh, Blanks though will go down. And now for Jappy, he needs to heal up. As Nexus Vanguard puts in the pressure. Jappy together with his teammate now goes in. Monboy though gets a kill there on the kill feed. Nade coming onto Migs as he avoids that. Nexus Vanguard all of a sudden is now out.
Oh, wow. All thanks to Jappy, he's been able to really spot out the flanker. I mean, he's been so pesky moving into the smoke, and that's how they've been able to catch one out. KSHI still has 3 members. Meanwhile, MSI battling their way through the north point. Lion soaking all the pressure coming from the grenades, and he has to fall back right to the corner of the tree. But that's barely enough space for him. Not that he has any other option. MSI, so far, playing the high ground to their advantage. Meanwhile, the rest of CTS have finally made their surge over onto the far west, arriving towards those members of WIOF. Sin now prepares those grenades. This could be a big eruption between the two of them as they're looking for a trade. Das propels further forward, and instantly it's Woem getting caught, but the nades are good from Das. Oh, Woem, he connects it.
Another one? Oh! CTS now is back as they eliminate winning a future Contra. And now here comes another push. Now here comes MSI. It's now going to push onto Hyra, Monboy, and Ryman. Dynamic duo from Playbook, who's now with MSI, comes in. Ooh, the shotgun is connecting. Monboy takes down Min. Hash were left for Team Hyra. And now they need to recover. But Hash does have a frag grenade. Can he do it?
We gotta wait and see. I mean, he's been able to really hold out for a very long time, but now with the arrival of MSI, they've got themselves decked out with plenty of utilities. They've been able to win a couple of fights, and now they parkour their way into the next area. CTS, as much as we've sung praises for them, they're the next one to bow out. And oh boy, Hash! He claims one. And he might be able to look for another mob boy now. Needs to clutch this situation. He's got that DBS in hand, but he could not find an opening into the shack.
Yeah, I cannot find an opening. Monboy needs to regroup for now. And Hash right now is on the aggressor. Hash is looking for Monboy. Monboy will try to parkour again. Ooh, he actually has a view. Look, but there's a third-party spray coming from IQ. Monboy just finding ways on how to survive. Trying to get in those vehicles. And now he actually gets spotted now by Hash. That's it for Monboy. Nice effort for MSI Monboy. But they managed to get 6 eliminations here. Hash, though, needs to avoid those bullets from IQ. You'll be the last man standing at this very spot. The blue zone is also moving, Contra. He needs to move now.
He's got a coupe at the ready. Should be able to actually get by, but he's got to put a little bit of pressure back towards IQ. Mambo was so unfortunate that he got tagged up in the mix of it. I mean, other than that, you saw those crazy movements that he's been putting out. I thought that he could have actually landed a drop up against Hash, but Hash was just absolutely ready. But this time around, there's just no space for him to play out. KHI as well as NGGZ, they've been waiting around the corner. And take a look at this again. The top 4 still consists of KHI, YG as well as NGGZ. And now, this is the best possible finish for Infinity IQ to finally be within the top 4.
Yeah, they're up on the northern side. Nobody else is actually on the northern side. Most of the other teams are right on the bottom. You can see that on the minimap. YG will be on the southwestern side. On the eastern side, it will be KHI. But at the middle, it'll be NGGZ. By the way, NGGZ and KHI is doing a really good job in the first 4 matches of this day. Mernado will be spotted as he goes down. Good thing he was able to find a ridge there so that they can recover him. Ooh, but Claire overspraying. MM now finds him. And the explosion happened. Mixdo will be able to revive him, but here comes the push of IQ. They now targeted MM. MM is now down. Nobody else is with MM right now. And now the nades coming from NGGZ. They need to help out MM.
Such a bold call coming from the side of Infinity IQ. They ensured that they could actually get themselves into the center of the zone, and MM is going to be bleeding out, and there's nothing that NGGZ can do about this. Murnat still looking to pressurize those over onto its north point. But Daryl, he says, no, you can't be able to just get your way across. And now, it's only down to Romeo Boy going for the rescue. And so far, it's been so impressive. I mean, take a look at all these teams who is constantly in the top 4. If this were to be Smash Rule today, it could have actually been KHI to really secure everything, if you come to think of it. Of course, this is just day 1, so they're just accumulating plenty of points. But KHI, what they could do now is to secure another win and cause a wide gap between them as well as the rest of the competition. IQ, very healthy. Can't say the same about YG, however, who's playing over the far south. KHI now. There is a little pressure for them to cut right across, and Yakola has been holding Jappy hostage.
Yeah, Jappy kind of stuck right at the edge of the blue. As for YG, slowly but surely they try to get in. For now, they will just try to use their vehicles as cover. Almost is actually Jarrell, as he now gets out of the way to avoid those frag grenades in. For KHI here, Contra, all they need to do now is just wait, because they could just easily wait out for IQ and the NGGZ to, engage with each other. And then YG will also have to wait it out.
Yeah, I think it really takes these two teams to further commit for KHI to find a little bit more of that opening. And they're happy with the outcome. I mean, it's only Yakola that they have to deal with, which they have, 3 members to try to open fire on that top side of the hill. And finally, they get the knock, but that's away very quickly. Okay, still secured by Claire, I think. Okay, not exactly the kind of move that I was expecting coming out from YG as well. But they try to look for any drop of points possible. KHI, they know that it's only about whether if IQ is willing to commit towards NGGZ, and then they will just have free space to claim. YG hoping to do the same, and they just need IQ to be distracted.
It's just a waiting game here so far between these 4 teams. IQ does have the circle advantage, can down by the nade from Nady. As there's going to be another follow-up nade. Jarrell will have to avoid that. And we'll get a revive from Michi. But the circle has shifted. This is the final circle, by the way, Contra. It still went over to where NGGZ and IQ, so KHI and YG needs to move.
They definitely do. How many masters do we have in this tournament? There's also Master Hong. Now that I think to it. 3 points in for Master Hong right now, and he's kind of stuck by the outskirts. And I don't think that these teams have suspected that he's been holding onto that lower ground for such a long time. So he probably will be able to surprise some members of the side of KHI if they're not being careful enough. Meanwhile, Zone slowly creeps in about 5 seconds from here on out. Murnat opens up that smoke just to have just about enough cover. NGGZ, they're being blindsided right now with a fog of smoke being tossed towards their direction. Meanwhile, Claire, they finally spot out Hong. I don't think there's a chance at all for Hong, so he's going to deny himself by the blue.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Hong. He will die in the blue, denying himself. This opens up a possible push for KHI. I mean, if we're looking at this perspective right now, try to go at the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side, because NGZZ will be ready for the spray down as KHI will take those damage and will get one-hitted. Claire goes. KHI still does have 2. Jappy, though, survives that push and will now put in the pressure onto NGGZ. Throws out a frag grenade. Will it connect? Oh, he actually didn't know that there's someone right on the right-hand side. They eliminate Jappy. Only 1 player left for KHI.
The streak might be broken for now. Meanwhile, Romeo Boy still looking to crack this case open. That nade was successful. Not quite enough to take out the rest of NGGZ. So far, a solid defensive work coming from NGGZ. Unable to really form up an offense, though. That has been pretty tough on them, as a lot of attention has been drawn towards their direction and not so much towards the side of IQ, but Mix, he says otherwise. Connects that grenade. Second one not being able to follow up. And now he goes in for the restock as well. Wonder what does he find inside that crate.
Yeah, more than likely a fresh level 3 gear with a ghillie suit as well. And now he pushes on to IQ. Xi inside that small shack. He doesn't know. So Migs will try to go up and maybe go for the confirmation. YG, though, has only one player left remaining. And NGGZ survives. But again, it's a matter of where they are located right now. I'm not sure who has the better position here. As of this moment, Mernat, though, will take the pressure. Migs, though, will be able to get that elimination. KHI still manages to get elimination, even though there are only one player left here. Oh, another nade from Migs as he drops Michi, and he goes down. Xi is waiting for him. And now it's going to be a 1v1. NGGZ versus IQ. It's Miner versus XI with the frag grenade from Miner. And NGGZ finally wins a winner-winner chicken dinner here in the finals.
Like you called it, Cuckoo, it's about time eventually for NGGZ to finally reap all the rewards that they can get. And it's here in the final map of Wrangle for tonight. They've been working so hard, they come up with plenty of eliminations round after round after round. And this time, they will be denied no longer to get their hands and their fangs onto the chicken.
Wow, NGGZ just proved that they deserve this spot. They were actually the last team to get in with only just 3 head start points. And with them getting consistently points for 4 games now, we're probably looking at NGGZ to be at that, top position as well, together with YG, together with KHI, and also with MSI.
My. I wonder where exactly will this place them, though. I mean, it was such a hard-fought battle where you saw Mix was doing everything he could, and in that process, he's been able to maybe put a couple of members down, eliminate YG in the process, and now NGGZ, with their solid defense, they've really proved that they're not just all about all the bronze that they've had in their squad. They definitely have all the wits to also hold down the line when necessary. And so far, Miner, you saw that final bang of the grenade to secure it. You saw how well he's been able to handle the threat. Even the push from KHI as well was being read like a book, all thanks to, the team effort that's being displayed from every single member respectively. Despite Daryl only securing 1, take a look at the damage. He's actually scoring more damage than Miner.
Oh yeah, more damage than Miner, but more than likely Miner will be the MVP right after this, with 4 eliminations and with the damage dealt that they have provided, 626. And again, for NGGZ, I almost thought that they would lose the fight against they were like sandwiched against KHI and YG, so I almost thought that IQ would win it all, but unfortunately it was stopped all because of those frag grenades from Migs and those clutch plays from Migs. Again, kudos also to Migs from KHI. Still consistent, by the way, Contra, for KHI Esports. And let's just see if this continues as we go along. We still have 2 more matches left to go, but again, for the highlights, let's see how NGGZ won it all in this matchup.
And just like that, NGGZ has been able to earn their hard-fought victory, 18 points in total, and that is being trailed very closely by KHI. I mean, makes outstanding effort to land the 9 elimination points to still secure a top 3 result in that past round. And of course, that was one of the best performances that we've seen coming from Infinity IQ to be within the top 3, and YG were holding down the line, still managing a top 4. Whereas you take a look at the other results coming from Hyra, MSI, NX. I mean, so far a lot of these teams are looking very healthy on these skirmishes.
Yeah, this is all because of the different circle than what we had in the first couple of Erangel matches. So with this type of circle, normally you would see other teams to flourish, and still, it's just amazing to see that YG and KHI is very consistent, even with any of the circles that we had. But again, they have to continue, as we still have 2 more Miramar maps left. But the biggest story here so far would probably be Burmese Goals and Team Max. These 2 teams are, very good teams, but they are struggling so far here in the grand finals.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the struggle will stop right here, but now that we're going to change the landscape a little bit, perhaps that will allow them to have just about enough breathing space to work things out when it goes down to the final 2 matches of Miramar. When we take a look at the list right now, KHI clearly in the lead, but it's only by 8 points for the moment, where YG has been able to upkeep to the pace. But you can see even wider gaps from that 4th spot onwards. Asia trailing right behind. MSI has been doing a decent job, but BG and a couple more names, they're stagnating for the past couple rounds, and this is absolutely worrisome.
And you know what, Contra, they started, what I'm talking about is KHI and NGGZ. NGGZ started this day with top 16, and then KHI started at top 13, and they're now top 1 and top number 3. So again, KHI and NGGZ is doing some great work with their gameplay, but for YG, again, really consistent is what they're just showing right now. Even though that they did not have that circle in the final moments of match number 4, they did manage to leave this matchup with 5 elims.
Yep, that's some big results all across the board. And once again, as we suspected, it is Miner that have been able to show up in that perfect occasion. Miner caused quite the ruckus throughout the field, dealing 600 over damage, and that nade to seal the deal was absolutely magnificent. So, hoping to see much more coming from NGGZ now that they've got Miner so far being a major threat.
Yeah, and if you remember Miner from Strangers Esports, he was one of those guys who did manage to provide utmost performance when you remember Miner. And then now here with NGGZ, he's providing that veteran presence here for the squad. But now we're done with the 3 Erangel maps. Now we're left with 2. Who will take the last 2 maps of the day as we go along here? Alongside with Contra, this is Kuku TV. We're going to be back for more PUBG Mobile action. And we are back here now in Miramar, the first Miramar of the day number 1 of the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025. Let's see if the Filipinos can continue on with a pretty good performance here from NGGZ and KHI. Flight path now coming from La Cobillera, going straight down to Impala. Again, much different strategy or play style is what you're going to see here, Contra. But again, the big question is, will Burmese Goals or Team Max bounce back now from the struggling performance that they had?
I definitely think that back in towards the regular season as well as the weekends, they definitely have some signs of life when they do play inside of Miramar. So I think this is definitely one of the better chances for them to regain some of the lost points that they've had. I mean, the other portion for them to solve is how do you stop the hot streaking KHI as well as NGGZ so far. I mean, they are looking so polished. I mean, those weeks of breaks definitely have allowed these teams to really get up to the best possible shape. And, you know, we just love to see it. This time around, Zone's going to be covering Chumacera, Valdemar into Picado. So plenty of options available. We'll expect that stretch of highway from Monte Nuevo as well as Los Leones to have a lot of action from stage 3 and 4 onwards. But this flight path is not really giving them the kind of ease of access. So this is probably going to be the major concern for the rest of the squads who drops in further north or even further south, because it's going to be a long journey ahead of them.
Yeah, and you're talking about TTQ and also KHI. Also with NGGZ, who drops at the northern side of the map, so they're gonna have a very long rotation for later on. As for GOA, their usual spot is at Chumacera, but all because of this flight path, they would have to go through a little bit of those jungle loots, together with them looking for vehicles in order for them to go towards their usual spot at Chumacera. As for Nexus Vanguard, looks like they're going for an early rotation here. Right in towards the circle. Maybe we'll try to go for Monte Nuevo, because that is an open area.
Yeah, there's just a lot of all these great avenues for the teams that are getting those early access. Meanwhile, for the rest of Infamous Xaviera, I think when we started off the day, they were pretty much within the top 5 contention because of the amount of points that they've been able to acquire throughout the past 2 super weekends. But they're also another team that's currently sliding down the list. What do you think is the challenges for this squad? I mean, it looked great for when they were performing throughout the group stages, but now it really feels like they're not really shaking off the nerves here in the grand finals.
It's probably because that those other teams down on the bottom of the overall rank in the head start points had a lot more to prove.
Oh yeah,
like what I did mention, NGGZ came at top 16 and now they're at top 3, and also same goes as KHI. KHI from 13th spot, now they're top number 1 team. So it's probably more of preparation, I would say. KHI came in much more prepared compared to the other teams. They're probably just comfortable being on top. Like for Burmese Goals, they started on top. They're the number 1 team, and now they're in top 7 again. This is a wake-up call out for Burmese Goals. They might want to do more here in this map of Miramar, because it's a much different map compared to Rondo or even to Erangel.
Yeah. And what I really want to touch on is that it just goes to show that these teams have definitely had the wealth of experience as well as the maturity to understand that, yeah, sure, these teams who are above us when it comes down to the amount of points that they've been able to acquire in the past weekends to mean nothing at all, so long as we focus on ourselves to really, score huge. And just like that, they just wiped out 2 weeks of effort coming in from the names like Burmese Goals, from INXV. I mean, it's really not every other day coming into these kind of majors where you see a team starting from 16 to be able to move into the top 3. So, absolutely inspiring. I mean, KHI, 70 points right now. And we make comparisons to even the middle of the table right now, being held by IQ at number 9. They have more than half the points acquired. That's a extra 10-point differential on top of the half that I mentioned. And I think that KHI, so long as they now maintain their pace, they don't have to score every chicken dinner. They can reserve it for day 3, where, you know, if they do score more chicken dinners, then the game can end in 2 rounds. That's how crazy it is.
and if KHI gets more chicken dinners, then that would, you know, give them a bigger gap to the other teams down below them, and that would, you know, give them a slight, you know, higher chance of winning it all. Because it'll be much easier for them to just, you know, get that match point at day number 3 and just focus on getting that winner chicken dinner. But that will be the first blood, by the way. That's DOS, who gets eliminated here, courtesy of Superboy of Nexus Vanguard.
DOS getting elimination numero 1. Interesting enough. And the other thing that, you know, what we've been able to also see on what really caused all these teams to have such a high motivation is that in comparison to so many other major regions out there who play PMSLs, you know, PMCL only allows that 1 slot, which is why it is even more crucial for these teams to be in the top shape to score chicken dinners. I mean, kill volumes aside, I mean, eliminations are all good, but once you hit that day 3 and you could not convert it to win, it may mean nothing at all. So, I think, like, more than now, so than ever, KHI, they're feeling absolutely confident. But MGGG, I mean, last round, Miner was the MVP, and this time, he's going for that early rest as GG have been able to find that puncture through. That's the thing about Miramar. A lot of all these open fields where you can't really be all too hasty on where you really want to check. So they get punished for that.
And that's the risk of being the IGL and the scout of the team. Miner is the IGL for NGGZ, and for now, he's gonna rest and maybe command the team while he's, you know, not able to play. So still, NGGZ, it's still manageable for them because they still have 3 players left in the team. All they need to do now is to be a little bit more careful on rotating. As for KHI, again, the talk of the chat right now on the live on YouTube is all about KHI. They're seeing new players in you know, PMCL flourishing. It's not like always been, you know, YG. But looking at the circle shift, now goes through the areas of Chumacero, also at Minas del Valle. And again, when you talk about Miramar, you're talking about YG being so dominant, and they're able to predict the circle so well here in this map.
Yeah, overall, it's been some really good calls being measured by all these IGLs in the field. As for those who are playing a little bit over on the North Point, I mean, look at CTS right now. Perhaps they're hoping to catch off both MSI as well as that member of GOA playing at the top, Ngapekel. I think we've seen a whole lot of him today. There were certain instances where he had brilliant attempts taking down players. There's also instances where he got caught. So, a little inconsistent, if I must say. But overall, it's always great that we actually see him getting into the take of action than being passive all the time. So he's always on the ball. As for WIOF, currently showing some signs of struggle. 14 points overall. Currently set at the bottom of the barrel. But hey, we can't count them up just yet. We still have more days to go. MSI, having a member struck down by NGGZ as they've been able to claim 1 point back. But still more to follow suit. I mean, overall, NGGZ, they found themselves over onto the course of the hill. GOA sits right at the top of the hill, while Romeo looks to puncture out Cute Loki. We have not seen Cute Loki in action, and finally, they choose to feel him today.
Yeah, Cute Loki if I remember correctly, was a player of YG before.
Yeah.
And by the way, NGGZ actually got 2 knockdowns there with Ryman and Mon Boy, but they only got 1 out of the 2. So again, those third parties really crucial here in this very map, because you do have, you know, those teams who prioritize those top of the hills, those power positions here in this map, and kind of like what YG is doing right now. They're focusing on getting those high ground advantages. For now, they will be able to get those eliminations. For Burmese goals, they're now going in rotation at the eastern side, part of the Miramar map. For Burmese goals, again, they need to do more. They need to get those eliminations. They need to be more aggressive. That's the team that I watch during the group stages, and now they're kind of like lost in the moment here.
Yeah, I really felt like they have a sense of lost identity for the moment. But you can also argue that the tempo shift is surreal for all these teams that are now finally showing their best run so far. So I would say Burmese goals, they will eventually get to the rhythm, but it will definitely take a while. But we got to see how well will these teams handle the pressure right now. The zone's going to shift in less than a minute, so we allow these teams to slowly close in. Clay Jr., he's in a good spot. But
how do you even go there?
Yeah, I was trying to figure things out. I'm like, did he just literally drop into this spot? And just like that, you see, he just get that perfect glance. And WIF, they don't know what's coming.
Yeah, they don't know what to do as well. And right now, they're going to be pressured 1 player against 3. And there we go, Shin goes down. There's only 1 player left for winning a future. They're not winning at all right now. Lucky needs to be lucky as well. Oh, he actually finds an opening there. Yeah, Pacquiao will be confirmed. And he bails out. But again, Clay Jr., how in the world are you able to get on top of there? And they eliminate winning a future for GOA. This is a good sign for them. Able to get 4 eliminations very early in map number 5.
Oh, okay, I can get a confirmation. There's the pipe, right? So he climbed through the pipe just to get that god angle. I mean, nobody would have actually thought of that. But it's so cheeky that we absolutely love it. Taking a look at the rest of IQ, last round, they did manage to secure a top 3 finish. Top 4. Of course, I gotta fact check myself after this. Meanwhile, to the queue, having Zuki stuck over onto this tiny little tree, barely enough cover. And his Bucky is parked over onto the high hill as well. Not gonna be easy to clean that one. Meanwhile, KHI spotting Murdat up top, and they're looking to pepper them with a little bit of spray, but Murdat got just about enough ridges to cover ground. And you mentioned about YG having some of all these great advantages through the high ground. I mean, they're playing so confidently. Meanwhile, Master Hong tries to hold down the line. It's going to be Issei going for the push through. Finds a quick knock. Master Hong now needs to retaliate. And this is going to be another attempt coming from Issei. And it will be a very swift work. But this is actually Mix from the other side, squeezing a couple of bullets through the window.
Yeah, third party from KHI, Migs. Migs goes down, though. And this is all because of YG, I would say. Ooh, Jappy will be spotted by Mernat. Mernat, though, not able to get that knockdown. KHI needs to be careful here. They have 1 dropped, and I'm not so sure if they can actually go for the rescue because they're not able to get out of that house. They're currently surrounded as well, with Mernat being able to be on top of them up the higher ground. Circle, by the way, will shift. And this will actually shift towards to wherever Gardens of Angels is currently located. So this is good for GOA.
It's been so far great ones coming out of GOA. Though I may have actually questioned certain maneuvers back in the Wrangle. But hey, 5 points so far. They're really putting in that massive duty, especially that takedown up against IQ or WIOF. I couldn't recall either one of the party. I believe it was WIOF. which did manage to take one of their players early on. Now Range gets into the thick of the action up against Asia Esports, but Burmese goals, they finally arrive towards the back. Oh, they're sandwiched in between. Here comes the nades, and it's gonna be hurting, pulling through a hole to the members of Asia Esports. And quickly as it goes, that kill attempt has been stolen away by MSI. Rage was absolutely ready to take it on. And here comes a white swing coming out top to go in for the refrag. Blow for blow they go. X also being caught out. Godspeed. Still putting some pressure onto the members of Asia Esports.
And this is good third party coming from MSI and nade from Range. Able to eliminate X. And this will force Austria to bail out. They did manage to get Liliatka knocked down earlier on, but Top will not go for the confirmation. He doesn't have any good angle here against MSI, so he will go at the small wooden shack right below. Burnji, though, will be spotted by Pretzel. Pretzel will not continue for the spray. And MSI working on with two teams. Burmese Goals and Austria. KHI, though, will get one off from the kill feed as Young and Galacticos now, their eyes is on GG right now.
Yeah, GG so far having some signs of struggle. Only 2 members left. And they've only got a little bit of cover up against the rest of Yangon Galacticos, but they are trading back. That might just actually create a little bit of a opening, but instead, it's going to be some swings coming out of those members of Yangon Galacticos. Barely enough room for him to wiggle it out. Now Say Clouds could be dropping in some Molotovs, so to really decrease the area that he could actually hold true. And here comes another one as he tries to swing it across the corner. Timed it perfectly. YG so far having such a clean run. 3 points under the name of Murnat at the current moment, and YG is not stopping at that because there are more members in the form of TTQ waiting by the ridges.
Beautiful throw there coming from Say Cloud, and now just that quick, they're now focused on rotating. Unfortunately for Zuki, he tries to cross over that road, but now get eliminated. Range though will get top as YG continues the spray down onto KHI. Looks like KHI only has that smoke and that car cover, and now they go down. Circle will also shift, still with GOA, but CTS, they do have a really good position over there. They can try to gatekeep YG, but for Nexus Vanguard, ooh, KZ just overcommits. Capo gets the headshot, and now they can go for the recovery because Cute Low-Key is far the way out there and cannot go for the third party or for the help out.
Oh boy. Barely enough room for him to run across as well. Hyra capitalizing on that situation. I bit my tongue for the moment when I spoke for that moment. And now we go on to the 1v1 duel out. For now, has a grenade, but quickly as he turns it back toward UMP, it was Godspeed that was way quicker with the S12K. Just like that, that's 44 points in, and BG Carl Lee is relying on him to pull all the stops possible. 4 points already for Burmese Goals. Better than last round, but still far from the accomplishment of gaining more and more of these placement points. Yangon Galacticos looking to pull through. And so far, they've been striking teams after teams, and CTS, they've always been playing a little bit more defensively, despite last round having a successful pushover. This time, they're being isolated. Cool. Let's see what he's got here. He's got that grenade. He's got to time it well, though. He's holding the Molotov, waiting for a push.
Now to throw the nade. Not going to connect for now. Cool. He's on the second floor. But looks like Say Cloud will actually throw this nade. Let's see if this will connect. He's actually stuck right at that room. In that small room, Say Cloud, though, will be burned as he bails out from the scene and will most likely get revived by his teammates. So Cole has his second life now. We're not throwing, cooking. Ooh, will it connect? Nope. not just avoids that. TTQ will be eliminated, by the way. While Cool, looks like Cool will try to bail out from this area as he meets up with his teammates. So it'll be a battle of compounds now between CTS and YG. For the meantime, it's going to be Ice. It's going to be on a 1v3 situation. Knocks Ice down, and that's it for Ice. Infamous Saviera now left with only one. And I'm not so sure as well, Contra, where he is right now.
No clue at all. I mean, as much as I could see from this current point of time, I mean, GOA, they've been holding firm onto that factory ground of Jumasera, and it's been paying dividendly. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos having a little bit of a sign of struggle. A couple attacks coming from across the field. Not quite from CTS. It's actually Hyra on the hillside to be putting a little bit of pressure onto YG, and hence why they are not looking to form up the push up against CTS for the moment. I mean, there's still ample space directly in the center for these teams to play out. So they're looking to see where does this circle shift towards. It will still be around the central zone. Joey, they can happily hold out in Jumasera, but there are some high ground estate that these teams could actually acquire. YG now find themselves by the edge, needing to find a win up against CTS.
And they did met before in Rondo in the group stage, and CTS did manage to eliminate them. But this time around, it's going to be a different story because it's now in Miramar. But looks like Team Max will now focus on getting into position in the circle, while YG now plans to go in for a push. Smile together with his teammate. Right behind him is a Cloud. Cool again will be at the front of CTS. Now for Smile. They're now ready. They don't have any utilities anymore. They comes in, guns blazing, gets one down. And now CTS needs to back out again as they actually gets sprayed down by, if I'm not mistaken, it's Hyra. Say Cloud is burning alive. And now for CTS, they can go for the push now as they eliminate Say Cloud. Now YG is left with only two.
They still have plenty of resources to try to find another opening. More expendables over onto the corner of the window. But CTS, look at that 2-stack. They're trying to cover just about enough grounds, but Romeo Boy heard those footsteps. He is looking to send all these names, but they thought that they were over on the top end, but they're also on the lower ground. It's being met by Master Smell. The exchange goes through, and now down to only Romeo Boy as he tries to dance it off by the corner wall, and that swing comes right across Romeo Boy, close enough to cause an upset, but he gets taken instead. CTS with another insane defense.
Insane defense indeed. Demios able to survive that. NGGZ gets eliminated also in a close battle against MSI. But then here comes the third party. GOA Clay Jr. finds Pretzel, and they got wiped out. Now we're left with 4. CTS just defeated the defending champs YG. And by the way, special shout out to Sir Cloud, who's watching us right now, Contra. A big #1 YG supporter. For now, we're left with only 4 teams. Max, though, currently in position, and they're just pressuring Demios from getting inside the circle now.
Oh yeah, now that you mentioned his name, you were also saying that there is a jersey for Sir Cloud from Sydney Esports. But where's my jersey, man? I want a jersey too. Well,
we'll ask.
We gotta wait for that. I mean, now down to the top 4 right now. Joey, Kings of the Hill. I mean, they've dominated over on the factory grounds of Jumasera. And with that crazy angle that Clay Jr. has been playing off, it's 7 points already for Clay. I mean, I wasn't counting. But this guy, he claims so many of all these unsuspecting victims with all these crazy angles that I did not expect Joey to be working that way so efficiently.
And Demios will just have to wait it out because other teams are already in position. And KS, GOA is just using their high ground advantage right now against Team Max. Now Clay Jr. gets closer, tries to throw a frag grenade, but it didn't connect. Clay Jr. Just waiting out for the smoke to pop out. Another smoke will be used by Team Max here. So just living off from, you know, the smoke grenades that they do have. Probably GOA can just push onto Team Max so that they can, you know, stop them from just using all those smokes.
I mean, overall, they know that they're bunched up inside that shack and there's nowhere else to go. All they really have to do is just to watch on by. Demios now, he's trying to recover from this corner. He knows that he's being blocked by Hara, so he's looking to maybe deny those points away. Capo making life hard for Demios. CTS, they won out against Yangon Galacticos in that skirmish, but this time, sees no luck getting by. I mean, it's a difficult zone, but then again, GOA, take a look at the control that they have. 2-1 split formation, and they got the rest of Team Max bunched up. It's between them as well as Hyra to secure a win, and the nades fall really closely, unable to squeeze it through the window pane. I mean, there's just barely enough space for Team Max to really play this one out realistically, so we'll have to see how they settle the scores. Meanwhile, Hyra was given a lot of space to work with.
And they're now going at the middle portion of the circle. Maybe trying to get into position in the final moments or the final circle of this matchup. But Rex does have a view, does have the angle, knocks one down. Capo goes down for Hyra. And Min will have to set up smoke for them to recover Capo. For Team Max, they will just hold on right at that small shack. And then those nades now coming in from GOA as they pressure in Hyra. and oh, they actually go for the third party. Max gets the final elimination. Hyra is now out.
Oh, wow. And just like that, a point so far being denied from the side of Guardians of Angel. And there can only be one angle that they've been staring at. Rex, he wants to see if he eventually runs out. I mean, the zone's already creeping in. He's got no other option. I mean, overall, GOA, all they really have to do is try to face check this final player remaining. Clay Jr. is already on duty. Just like that. Ella, find a couple of all of these tags right across. Down to formalities and ends it with a big bang. And GOA have finally secured one. And that adds to the list of the teams hailing from the Philippines to be able to actually secure it. Well, actually, is this from Myanmar? Yep.
Yes.
I gotta correct myself. Sorry, fans. GOA, they stopped the streak of the PH. And here we go. A massive win out of Guardians of Angel.
And Guardians of Angels gets their circle. They actually went from Chumacera and they really didn't do any much of the rotation. The circle just went towards straight to them. And again, they win here in match number 5, stopping the streak of the Philippines on getting those winner chicken dinners. One more match left here for day number 1 here in the grand finals of the PMCL Fall 2025. Let's see who wins at that one. But again, kudos to GOA and also for Clay Jr. for getting those high ground advantage, and they're just able to pin down all those other teams that are left.
We gotta really check out how does he actually end up in that crazy angle. I'm pretty sure that his face will appear across the entire highlight, so we'll have to wait and see. For the meantime, of course, big celebrations for Myanmar as GOA takes a win. And Clay, he's got 8 points to his name, 900 over damage, and overall, you saw even Rex got involved to really put a dent onto Hyra, where he's been able to pin out 2 players before that final player was taken away by Team Max. But overall, impressive stuff. Ngapikel, you know, I love the way that he's always been poking and prodding other teams. This time, he's only walked away with 1, but hey, at least it's something for GOA.
Yeah, it's something for anyone here for GOA. A total amount of 13, if I'm not mistaken, for GOA in this round, as they go over the slump, I would say, because they have been struggling ever since the Rondo match. So this is good for GOA. They're able to get the circle. They're able to get that winner chicken dinner. But they also have to be strategic when it comes to the circle if the circle would not go with their way. So Again, that is going to be for match number 6. So let's see what will happen next.
And out of the many lists of names hailing from Myanmar, we thought that it could have been YG, it could have been Burry's Goals, but instead, it's the first win for Myanmar that comes from GOA, and it's a massive 23-pointer run for them. I mean, Clay Jr. so far absolutely took on the spotlight. 8 elimination points to his name, and even we've seen brilliance coming out of Hyra, MSI, so the teams hailing from the Philippines are still looking very, very formidable.
Oh yeah, but look at KHI now. Top 10 here in match number 5. They cannot afford to have bad games because, YG is still doing good in these, type of matches, especially here in Miramar. We've seen YG play pretty well here in, the map of Miramar. But again, now with the match number 5 done, still, KHI manages to secure the top spot here with 72 points. YG really close now with 70 points. NGGZ with 66 points. So it's still the same for the top 3, or maybe even top 4, which is MSI with 54. Same goes here to Austria with 48. But look at Hyra. Hyra is now closing in with 42. But they need more. They need more in order for them to be much closer to those teams like KHI, NGGZ, and Yangon Galacticos. But look at now the top 4 teams here in match number 5. GOA, MSI, Hybrid XRA, and CTS. And again, like what you said, Clay Jr. has 8 of those 13 eliminations here. And with those very good positioning that they have done here in this map, they're able to get those eliminations up to 13 total.
Yeah, overall, I have definitely seen some really smart plays out of GOA. And so far, MSI as well as Hyra have been super impressive. CTS on their defensive hole have been able to stop out Yangon Galacticos on that last stand, and that itself is super commendable. Meanwhile, MVP looked no further than Clay. Well, they missed out on the Junior. We'll still call him Clay Jr. I mean, this guy, this meant any damage, and he's only taken 40 damage. Only one bullet hit him throughout the entire span of the matchup, and that just shows you that he's super elusive throughout the span of the round. And there was that point in time where you were pointing out, how did he get on top of that water tank? That is a big question until, the producers are panning over onto the wide angle, and there's a certain way that you can climb there, but you definitely need to climb when nobody's around. So that was something that nobody would have expected Clay to pull up against teams like WIOF.
You have to have good parkour skills, though, Contra, in order for you to be able to get on top of that. But anyways, we're done with 5 matches here. Austria getting Rondo, and Erangel will be taken by the Filipinos with 2 of them coming from KHI, 1 from NGGZ, and then now just ended up in match number 5, GOA, getting their own winner chicken dinner. Let's see who will get match number 6 here in the final map of the day here in the grand finals. As Kuko TV together here with Contra, we go back for more PUBG Mobile action. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now finally in the last match of the night. Match number 6 coming your way here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2025. Looks like the flight path is coming from the bottom side of the map. Coming straight to Torre Haumara. There you go. It's kind of like the opposite flight path that we had in Erangel, where we had it in match number 2. It's now at the eastern side part, so this means that there will be teams who will be finding those vehicles, kind of like what we had in Erangel. One of the teams I would say would be Yangon Galacticos, because Yangon Galacticos goes to El Pozo, so I'm not sure if they had like a plan B dropping point here in Miramar. And you can see now YG going for probably a long drop. They will try to glide through water treatment and San Martin area. This might be a chance for like other teams to, try to cut their rotation or cut their drop. If CTS would, do that, then maybe they can get those early eliminations. But again, it is what it is right now for them. As for MSI, they landed onto the areas of Picado, as this is where they usually drop by. No early engagement so far here in the early stages of match number 6, so it's going to be fairly quiet contra for our last match of the night.
Oh,
Well-
right. I guess my voice wasn't going through the entire time, unfortunately. Anyways, I was talking about, all these teams, they needed a little bit more of that space for them to really figure things out. Because overall, who would have thought, like, in the grand finals, both YG as well as BG have yet to secure a win, where back into the past 2 weeks, they've been able to really secure it day in and day out.
Yeah, and again, as Contra was saying earlier, guys, they were like thinking of what you were saying, Contra. Like you were saying about teams here in this group where they need to be better here, especially the last map here in the day. Teams like Winning a Future, TTQ, GG, and Nexus Vanguard. By the way, Nexus Vanguard, they're not playing well, Contra. Only with 23 points. This is not the Nexus Vanguard that we know from last season. Remember, they were the first runner-up in PMCL Summer, and now they're lost in the scoreboard right now. It's probably time for new faces to qualify to the next stage, which is PMGC. But again, YG is still there, top number 2, with 70 points, very very close. Again, very quiet here in match number 6, because no one would challenge each other in the very early stages of Miramar.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just focused on going for a rotation. Well, what do you think? What do you think would Nexus Vanguard do, or needs to do here in order for them to get more points?
I think that they've proactively looked for certain leads in the early game, and it doesn't seem like they've been able to really have that secured very cleanly. And perhaps they just gotta take it a little bit slower of a tempo of play and they might just be able to eventually find themselves securing themselves a little bit more of a steady pace into the top 4, if not maybe a win. So we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, GOA have been able to figure that one out. Just because of that big round, they've been able to move from the bottom rung of the ladder, bottom half, into a potential top 5 finish right now at the moment. So I don't think that it's going to be all too troublesome for these teams currently sitting close to the bottom of the barrel. One good win can reposition themselves into a healthy state. So we'll have to keep an eye out. Meanwhile, KHI, they're already looking to aggress up against Infamous Riviera. And seems to me that they're not going to be getting themselves into the fold just yet. But Jappy, he's just going to try to see if he could find some spacing from the outskirts. But for now, nothing too concerning for the rest of INFV.
And this is another story here for Infamous Riviera. They have really struggled all throughout day number 1. They started top number 3. Now they're down to top number 12. They're kind of like switched with either NGGZ and KHI, I would say. And it's probably because of the experience. Because if you look at the roster for Infamous Riviera, they do only have like 2. I would probably say 1, not 2, because this year is the rookie year for Lion. Then Claude, who did play for the fall season last year, and then consistently able to join in PMCL all throughout spring and summer. So I think the experience is a factor here for Infamous Riviera.
I truly believe so as well. And oh, what a push coming from Sizzy. Securing it out in the open on a 1v1 skirmish. And oh boy, he absolutely rocked up the wrong neighborhood. Meanwhile, more players coming from IQ to be swinging towards this direction as MSI looking very eager to take them on. Bomboy have to find a little bit of cover as he's also being suppressed from another sector. Whereas the rest of the field looking to see if they could actually set up even more of these traps to be laid out across this field of Ladriela. Meanwhile, Rage finally gets the knock and perhaps a confirmation onto CZ.
Oh, nice confirmation there for him. Oh, not a confirmation though. No confirmation yet, as they're able to take or deal damage onto IQ. IQ will be able to get the recovery here for XI. And for IQ, they did manage to get one good game, but right now they're currently struggling here in Miramar. As for MSI, one of the players from MSI has global experience already. I'm talking about Range, who did play for Harame Bro last year. He did manage to play in PMWC and PMGC. So let's see if he can bring the rest, like Monboy, Ryman, and Pretzel, over to the global stage.
Yeah, I really feel like once these teams really step into the international waters, they will be able to gain so much more understanding on how, top teams globally actually play the game. And so far, I think that they're definitely on the right trajectory, being in the top 4 portion for the moment. Still a lot to work on, though. I mean, it isn't all too clear yet onto whether if these teams can maintain it into day 2, because a lot of all these teams will start to make certain adjustments by the end of day. And that's where, we'll see a little bit of a stir across what we'll be able to get coming from all these teams. Godspeed now, great knock from across the corner to land blows upon CTS as Master Ichi closes in Yaka to be able to secure cool in the progress. And this time around, seems like CTS, they're stranded in the middle open with only Woam trying to survive for the meantime.
Yep, CTS came from Hacienda. Now they have the Golden Murado, but they don't have the golden opportunity to win it because they're now left with only one. Woam will be stuck at that small wooden shack. For Claire, though, he's now trying to scout. Ooh, but he doesn't have any info. Ooh, and he actually slowed down a little bit there. And now I say goes for the spray. He's now stuck. Explosion happened now for the Coop RB, but he's actually sandwiched in between two players of Infamous Xaviera. And now Claire goes down and out. No more IGL for KHI. I say though, will manage to be revived by his teammates. And IQ has their eyes on those gunshots. For now, things will settle down for these two. But for Hyra, they now have their eyes on to YG. And I did talked about Hyra and YG earlier with you, Contra, and they almost had, same rotations in Erangel, now in Miramar. They also have the same thinking, and looks like they're just lurking around the areas of YG. For now, nothing yet is happening as Nong-X is now planning on to going for KHI. Looks like he will stop for a moment here because he's actually at a ridge, so he can just wait for a while and see if there will be an open player that he can spray on.
Yeah, big nades now popped across from Nong-X. Doesn't seem like it will deter them for the slightest bit, though. Joey, they're firmly planted around that crater, and they'll be able to benefit from the shift of the zone. Wim is lucky enough to be in the portion of the zone, so he'll be camping out for the moment. And we want to see what the spread of NX will be able to offer. I mean, they've got a really firm hold at the moment. Cute Loki, since he subbed in, it seemed like he's been having small little struggles in between. But it doesn't seem like it would have actually affected them all too much. I mean, he's just warming up to the high-pressure situation of what we've been able to witness throughout the fast fields of Miramar for the past couple of games. And next now, journeying through, spots a Master Smile looking to claim that little dip. And they do have the numbers. YG looking to see if they could actually form something up. And seemingly enough, NX is actually not challenging that said player. That's kind of odd if you ask me. I mean, usually when you're coming down to this kind of circumstance, you will just push through. And it seems like KHI, they've been able to find a drop up against Nong-X. That should be sufficient.
Yeah, not much of any information from Osja, actually. They did not knew that Jappy was right over there. They actually just thought that they are just using those two houses with the 2 stories there. So they lose one, which is Nong-X. A very crucial loss here for Osja, because if you remember, Nong-X was fragging out in the early stages of day number 1 here for the grand finals. So let's see how will they manage being without Nong-X for Osja. As for Nexus Vanguard, looks like they're done with the edge of the circle at the bottom spot. They are now looking at the middle portion, but where will they go? Range finds Joji as he sprays him down, confirming that kill. And now for MSI, they now have 2 elims so far.
Yeah, it's always a little risky for these teams to be traveling in the open space, and just like that, no one caught up by Ryman. Oh boy. True X scope on the Mini 14, and he just shreds them apart like it was hot knife through a butter. Meanwhile, Team Max now finding another catch. Lands a blow onto Momboy, and I think that as much as MSI have been showing us great signs of progress, now they have to take 2 steps back. 2 members being taken out. Support. He's planted on the field. He pops the tire. And now it's a moment for him to shine, to try to take on Murnat. And there we go. Great refract and repositioning as well. And you mentioned about this new weaponry that's been wielded out. So far, has been really putting a dent onto these players in the midst of the rotation. Meanwhile, Master Smile over the top side of the hill, finding it hard to suppress these teams as he's also finding himself outside of the blue zone at the moment. Need to find a little bit of that space, and he's got just about enough first 8 kids for him to hold true. But also Esports, they're kind of stuck in between KHI as well as YG, so this is going to be the battle between the top 5.
The battle of the titans of each region. YG from Myanmar, MSI from the Philippines. Looks like Smile and the rest. Oh, Romeo got taken down by the blue zone. Unfortunately, He's unable to heal himself up. Now for Smile. He'll be the last player left for Yangon Galacticos. This is not what we are expecting Contra for YG, as they're now just hiding right at the edge here at the bottom part of the circle. And while that was happening, Contra, the circle has shifted, by the way, and it shifted again towards to where GOA is at, and this might be the opportunity for GOA to get another chicken dinner.
We'll have to, of course, keep our eyes out for that. It's still too early to call for whoever gets their hands on the chicken dinner just yet. But GOA definitely look like they're in a really good position. It's also smart for Master Smile to swing the other way around, because there's just a flock of crowd here over the far east. And X also having a little bit of pressure forming up towards this corner of the map. And KHI so far looking super dominant to be really putting a foothold upon all these teams who's hoping to cut their way across. Asja also on that receiving end. 2 members left, and take a look at this. Jappy makes now looking for the grenade, seeking out support. That's a chunk of his health bar. Need a little bit more. We finally get a glimpse of Burmese goals. Godspeed now gets a pick.
One other frag grenade. Ooh, it actually burns support. It was a molly that was thrown out by Migs. And now they have the chance here to finally eliminate all the players of Team Asja. Top will be the last guy. Jappy goes in for the push. DBS on hand. There you go. A shot to the face of Top. As KHI continues on their consistent gameplay. And now let's look at BG as Unknown throws out those nades over to TTQ. Claudio on the kill feed will be taken down, and this is happening also just right beside where TTQ and Burmese Goals are actually fighting. Infamous Xaviera having a little bit of pressure being put on by Winning a Future.
High pressure onto TTQ. They're just residing in the smoke for the moment. There's still players planted all across the valley. Meanwhile, Godspeed yet again sees a little bit of an opening, and TTQ they crash right in front of those members of WIOF. Now there's only one left. Bunny is barely surviving. Mina's now going for a chase, and BG so far working efficiently, finding plenty of pigs, but Bunny gets sought after, and that's going to be WIOF that will end their misery. TTQ walks away with no points whatsoever, getting caught in that mix of rotation, and there's still a bunch of teams over in the north, so BG still has to fight their way out up against NGGZ as well as GG, even if they make the cut.
Oh, and look at that. It's going to be Infamous Xaviera who will now get those eliminations. No, it's actually the other way around, because Winning a Future, lucky he was able to take down those players off from Infamous Xaviera. And it's only going to be just Isay left for their squad here. Lion is just trying to crawl to his teammate, but no. He will be spotted by Jappy on the kill feed now. Lucky, though, unfortunately, will die in the process, all because of that frag grenade from Isay.
Beautifully executed. But take a look at who's here. Burmese Goals have been waiting around. They heard that grenade for sure, but it doesn't seem like they want to go in for a check, and if they don't, this might actually be costly. They do spot out that player of GG vaulting into the vehicle, and that's just easy picking for Godspeed, and he's really working round the clock to really put BG back into a healthy spot. 3 points now being claimed by Godspeed alone, and there's still more work to be done. I'm hoping to see more activation from Lil Yakabi, and so far he's always shown that he is a great fragger. Meanwhile, it is Izzy now adding 1 more point to the tally as Master Hong drives into a trap set there by Choronai for the longest of time, and he's going to look to bail out as well. I mean, it's been so chaotic throughout the field of Miramar so far.
And it's all because of the circle. It shifted all the way to the southwestern side of the playable zone. CTS also will get eliminated. By the way, YG has been eliminated earlier on. So now we're left with only 9 teams remaining. And like what I'm saying, Contra, the circle has shifted all the way to wherever GOA is at. And they're kind of like what they're doing in the previous match. They're just getting those high ground, and then they're just going for third parties, getting those eliminations. They do have one though still here, but they need to add more. For now, it's all about IQ. Was right at the edge of the eastern side. I say just running out in the open, no vehicles for him. But he's gonna stay away from that hillside as he's now gonna try to get in. Maybe inside this small house. There we go. It's all safe for now. But for how long, Contra?
I honestly don't know. I'm just really surprised that he did manage to make the cut in. I mean, despite a few members being planted over on the hillside from IQ, they're much more concerned about Team Max on the other end. I mean, take a look at this 2-2 split as well. They're firmly holding on the south side. But they're not really checking their 6, though. Yakola tries to cover a little bit of his ground with the smoke now being popped up. If Max were to actually turn around to check, they definitely know that that player is going to be residing inside that shack. Master Ichi also all across the field, looking towards the breach, headed towards the direction of KHI. And speaking of which, that's a great strike coming in from GG to knock one down. Master D2K worked that off from the very far edge of the map as well. Pretty crazy stuff that we're witnessing here as we see the members of Team Max are feeling rather confident on how they will be able to take firm control from the hillside and now look to gatekeep the teams coming from the east side.
And this is a Team Max gatekeeping Team Infinity IQ. They're actually on a 2-2 split right now as well. So Choranai and Iterex just holding on at that edge of that blue zone, maybe trying to check if there's still remaining players who's gonna try to come in at the eastern side. But there's none of them anymore. It's gonna be just IQ that they would need to be aware of. As for NGGZ, they're still left alive here, 4 players strong, but they're outside the circle up on north. They might get sprayed down by Good Game Esports, though, because Good Game Esports is up on the hillside. I think No Escape has that northern side of the circle already. For BG, they're still complete with 4. They're just checking their corners here, wanting to make sure that there's nobody else who will try to spray on them. And looking back at I say, oh, and NGGZ, I just spoke of them earlier on, and again, No Escape got that northern side part of that circle, able to spray them down. But look at the kill feed. Master Itchy from Burmese Skulls going for the third party.
I mean, this was actually the best round for NGGZ to look for an overtake up against Yangon Galactico since they did not secure any form of points. IXV, however, they've been able to at least stash a total of 8 eliminations before bowing out. So great run coming from the side of ISA. But Team Max so far looking so dominant on the hillside as they sweep through teams after teams, but it is the Liat cut the trades right back. X now taking off the equation. You looking to form up an exchange. And more these members are slowly getting knocked down as teams are starting to fixate towards the rest of Team Max holding over the hillside. Meanwhile, here comes a push coming from Birdie's goals. This might just be it. Unknown. He couldn't find a drop. And instead, he gets taken down. Low health bars on the side of Arthur X, or should I say Trezzy, and Yaika finishes his duty. Still more to go because here comes the arrival of GOA.
And that was a very good frag grenade there from Burmese Skulls, eliminating 2 players off from Team Max. You still left standing here, but down to very low HP. But GOA now sandwiching both. Oh, the Molly! Not able to get the hit, though, onto you. And for Burmese Skulls, they need to bring back Itchy up. For now, it's going to be Godspeed who will check. There will be someone who will be pushing them. Nades coming from GOA. Or it's probably coming from you, who is still left alive here. But I'm not sure why he's not healing up. Probably he doesn't have any meds anymore left here. And now, it's going to be a 1v3 situation with very low HP onto Max U. Godspeed just waiting out for his teammates to come by through. And there we go. That's going to be Liliatka defeating Team Max. Team Max, though, left this lobby with 7 eliminations here.
Burmese goals finally get the activation that they've been looking for. 9 points already. And for most part, when you see them in the top 5, you know they're going to be a major threat in this lobby right now. taking over the high grounds from Team Max, and they get to have a say on who gets to step over on the open fields or otherwise. GG by the creases of the hill. It's gonna be a little daunting for them to really push upwards, but they definitely know that BG is around the corner. They can definitely look to nap a couple of points away. Meanwhile, Guardians of Angel, after securing themselves that win, they have a firm idea on how to really play this one out. They don't really have to show too much of their cards right now. Already inside the zone. Can't really say the same about Burmese goals. Now they find themselves just by the outskirts. So they will have to put a strong challenge up against Guardians of Angel in order to make it by. They can also afford to have a little bit of room to challenge those over on the foothill as well. I mean, GG on the far end. Mick somehow still hiding inside the shack. Godspeed so far doing so much damage throughout the span of this matchup. And now stage 7 is coming close towards witnessing who exactly will take the fair final chicken dinner. And here comes the rest of GOA pushing through. And they manage to get a couple of knock, but that's being traded back instantaneously. As Godspeed tries to hold down the line, but GOA overwhelms Burmese goals.
And Burmese goals ended up with 9 eliminations. That's a good way to bounce back here, right? So let's see now if GOA can bring home another winner chicken dinner. Davando able to see Min as he goes down. GG does have 3 players left remaining here. They do have that northern side of that circle. Mix is still alive, by the way. And he's all alone in that small wooden shack. As for Hyra, I think this is going to be a pretty hard task here for Hyra because they're down on the lower ground and they will also need to get up and get in the circle. So let's see if they can actually do this. As Ryujin, their IGL, we have talked with them before in the the Filipino broadcast. He's one of those shy guys, but they did mention that they are really studying all of the teams so that they can try to learn and be better every single day. And let's see, they can try to go for a third party here as Master D2K comes up, drops Clay Jr., surprising him, not knowing that there's a player right over there, but Master D2K now. All eyes on the next prize, which is going to be the next players of DOA, but here comes the third party coming from Team Hyra. Hash now cooks up a nade. Clay Jr. will die in the process, but the nade will not connect, Contra.
It's going to be a little bit of a struggle between the two teams, though. Hyra definitely shown signs of progress throughout the entire course of the day, making it into another top 4. And if they can overwhelm GG, a chance at the chicken dinner is very likely claimable. Meanwhile, Mix once again gets involved. This time, not so lucky, getting spotted out. The big nades does connect. Master D2K holding firm. And this is going to be a tough push. Another one connected over the far back. Virgin needs to find a little bit of alternative. And it does shred them apart. Incredible finish. And now Hyra makes their way into the top 2. GOA looking for the back-to-back win as well to match up to the pace of KHI. And this will be it. Myanmar once again lands a chicken dinner. And it's going to be the same name all over as they dominate both maps of Miramar.
And what did I tell you, Contra? Did I spoke too soon? No, I did manage to see that from stage number 4. GOA
from
getting
the future.
Yeah. I just came back from the future, guys. This is Kuku TV. And a GOA manages to get another one here. Back-to-back wins here for GOA. Again, the circle is really going to GOA. Stage number 4, it went to them. Stage 5 until the last stage that we just had. And the nice effort there coming from Team Hybrid X RA Esports as they shown some potential there at the very end. But again, it's a matter of having more players up with a 3v2 advantage by GOA. So GGWP. And by the way, Contra, we have 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners here for day number 1, KHI and GOA.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about as well. I mean, GOA so far looking so fantastic here in the rounds of Miramar. And like you said, the reads were really good. They were hiding right over on the lower end of the crater, allowing Team Max as well as Burmese Ghost to take claim of that space, because they know eventually from where they're holding out, they can still afford to push right through, and they chose the best moment to do so. Nga Pick this time is the shining beacon of hope for GOA, where we saw last round it was Clay Jr. that really secured plenty of all of these elimination points. This time, almost equal distribution, but Nga Pick he's dished out 400 over damage. Damage department-wise, it was still Rex that so far have been able to put quite significant work throughout the field. I mean, 503 with 2 elements under his belt definitely is something that is super respectable out of this squad. So GOA, we'll keep our eyes on them. Meanwhile, check out the highlights as we close out the day.
And GOA once again gets that win here in match number 6, a back-to-back for their squad. 18 total points is what they got here. And for BG, again, a bounce-back game for them. 12 points added to their score line. As for GG, they get 11, Team Max getting 9. So it's kind of like BG and Max's bounce-back game. And again, with this kind of momentum contra, they might want to use this because, again, this is the last game of the day. They might want to use this for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's been a great performance thus far from a majority of the field, where we've seen a lot of all these teams really looking to really propel themselves ahead. WIOF are starting to show that they have what it takes to also overcome certain teams, where they've been able to secure 4 elimination points despite not being able to make it into the top 8 cut. Meanwhile, we still see signs of struggle coming from the side of Yangon Galacticos in Miramar. But the past round, at least, they've been able to be proficient enough to get some survival points along the way. So we'll see a little bit of shakeup as we have GOA now pushing through into the top 4. And take a look at BG. They've been stagnating, and they're holding on to that number 9 position. They start off on 2nd today, and it just goes to show that the competition is just so stiff. Meanwhile, of course, sitting at the top, KHI Esports. I mean, they have a significant 10-point gap to kickstart day 2, so they'll be feeling absolutely ecstatic about this. And we got 50 points tied between Austria, Hyra, and the Team Max.
Oh, wow,
BG
yeah.
as well.
It's a 4-way tie. Yeah, it's a 4-way tie from 6th to 9th place in the overall rankings. Anyways, top 4 teams in match number 6 would be GOA, BG, Good Game Esports, and Team Max. And again, it's a bounce-back game for both BG and Max with 9 and 7 eliminations, respectively. But again, it's all about the clutch play of Clay, I would say. He might be, I would say he's the MVP, but again, it's Ngepakia would probably be the MVP. But those clutch shotgun shots that actually knocked down Burmese goals gave them the win in match number 6. And without that, Again, probably it might be Burmese Skulls who will take that win. But again, it is what it is right now for Burmese Skulls and GOA. As right now, the MVP, it's like what I said, Pacquiao will be the MVP with 3 elims with 432 damage, 105 damage taken, 30% team contribution with a survival time of 27 minutes and 10 seconds. And again, this guy came from that 1 elims in match 5, just upped himself up here in match number 6 with 3.
Yeah, so far they've been able to really get into the thick of all these positions, and they've expected teams to traverse across the territory, and they didn't really have to contest over the top end of the hill, which, you know, T-Max was free farming, eventually got overtaken by Burmese Ghost, and then when Joey felt like, you know, we've given them just about no space to play out, and then they looked to also close up that fight. And Pacquiao was absolutely involved to really get those massive knocks. And therefore, GOA ended the day really strong. And now that they are in the top 4, they could potentially be our hot favorites to actually secure the PMCL title. I mean, too soon to tell anything. I mean, overall, these teams are hoping to set the benchmark points. So 6 more rounds before we even go towards Smash Rule. But if KHI can maintain the order, I think that this is probably the best team to be able to do so. To treat 2 chicken dinners, and now Joey is also on the chicken dinner spree. So, yeah, I feel like we're in for some great narratives moving into day 2.
Yeah, exciting times here in the PMCL region. But what's more exciting is our official gaming phone for the PMCL. Again, this is the POVA 7 Ultra 5G, engineered for those who refuse to slow down. And it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra-smooth competitive gameplay. It also has 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate, pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. Also has a 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, and 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone, this is the future in your hands, the POVA 7 series.
That's right. Make sure you get your hands on this phone. I mean, overall, we've seen pro players, they've been utilizing this to secure a lot of massive victories across the entire Southeast Asia. So make sure you lend your hands on that. And if you guys haven't updated your phone, you guys have been lazy to move into your Google Play or App Store, do it now. I mean, you could save on a lot of your battery life. You can also have lower temperature on your devices on this brand new update. It takes up less space, less power consumption, and overall just ups your performance in this version 4.0 update. So make sure you guys go ahead and do just that.
Also, we do have the brand new mode, the Unfail, new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode. 1 predator versus 4 survivors. Stay tuned for more. If you're not playing the classic event stuff, or maybe the Ultimate Royales, or maybe the arena stuff, you can try this brand new mode. It will definitely give you much more exciting times here in PUBG Mobile.
That's right. There's definitely a lot that you guys could also check out, especially with this collaboration between PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and G-Dragon, the man, the myth, the legend himself. And of course, it's his playground, it's its rules, and you guys have to play by it and also score yourself some great Ubermensch merchandises in-game. And, you know, people have been fighting over those sneakers back in the days for the Peace -1. Now, you guys can claim it true in-game as well, so make sure you guys top up and get your hands on it while it lasts.
And also, the Lotus experience has arrived in PUBG Mobile. Take command of the road in style. Join the in-game Motor Cruise event and claim the iconic Lotus cars, the Emira and also the Emea. Precision, performance, and exclusivity await, available for a limited time.
That's right, and I believe this wraps it all up for the entirety of the evening. I mean, day 1 is packed with surprises. I mean, we didn't really expect this kind of outcome, but we're absolutely enjoying every bit of it. KSHI now takes the lead, but we will see if they can hold on to it tomorrow. It's Contra as well as Cuckoo, your storytellers for the entire course of the night, and it's a pleasure to have you guys around. So make sure you guys stay tuned. So tomorrow we'll run it back again here in the PMCL Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Split. See you then.